All right, welcome everyone to budget workshop number 4. Today we're going to have more of an overview of the budget. In previous workshops, we've had presentations from each of our department heads. And so in this case, I'll turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Martin Granum.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. This is budget workshop number 4. And so for those who are angling for our budget workshop certificate, please sign in back there. And that represents a significant investment on the part of members of the community to track this process all the way through. Really understand what the issues are in each department, what resources needed to meet the demands on the city. So I thank everybody, especially the commission, for getting to budget workshop number 4. Just a few minutes ago, hot off the presses, I provided to the commission 3 separate packets of information, 2 of which are factored for the public as well, and I'll explain why only 2 of them. The first one is the budget, and I'm calling it, I don't have a buzzword, it isn't the budget estimate from the city manager. This is a working draft, and so on the front, we have written draft. On the top left is yesterday's date of 4/29. So this is really the conversation starter for tonight, which is where all the numbers are. And that is the 4/29 draft budget. The other document I've provided to the commissioners, and which is also available in the back, is a compilation of 6 different documents. It is, on top is my city manager, and I'll get more into detail on that in just a minute. But behind me is the 5 other department directors. 5 of the 6 other department directors have a memo. So there's additional information there, again, coming from each of the department directors. Basically, it's a written summary of what we have heard from them in the previous budget workshops. And then lastly, for the commission, I've provided a copy of questions and answers. And the only reason I didn't make copies for everybody is I ran out of time. It was published, it was completed just a few minutes ago. And I haven't had a chance to proofread it. So before I really put it out there, I mean, it's a public document now, but before I really put it out there, I'd appreciate an opportunity to at least read through it and spell check it. But it is intended to be, like last year, just straightforward questions. Why are you doing this? Here's the answer. So there's no secrets with not sharing it right now. It's just not quite editorial ready. And I do envision that coming out of tonight, we'll have a few more questions and answers, and they will get incorporated. So the next time we'll have a more robust question and answer. So those are the 3 documents that I have before you. And Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll just start with my memo.
Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. It's dated today, and it's addressed to the Red Bank City Commission. This preliminary FY25 budget is offered for commission discussion and direction to staff. The intent of this budget estimate is to gather guidance for the city manager's formal budget estimate to come next week. The preliminary budget update is for the upcoming fiscal year beginning 1 July 2024 and ending 30 June 2025, or in shorthand, FY25. And achieves the following key objectives. Addresses all 5 commission goals. And I just wanted to state quickly what the commission goals are, remind everybody. First commission goal, improve multimodal transportation network. Second, develop a comprehensive plan, including fulfilling the land conversion agreement and the former Red Bank Middle School site. 3, develop park trails and recreation services. 4, identify and celebrate areas of Stringer's Branch to improve environmental stewardship. 5, update entrances to the city. And as we will see in the budget, we have spread those out over 2 departments, 3 in community development and 2 remain in public works. But I think for the purposes of this budget conversation, most of those goals really are long-term in nature. There's things that we will do in any specific fiscal year to achieve milestones, but really, for example, the top goal of improving multimodal transportation network, that's just an inherently a long-term. And so it really implies a lot of planning and development activities. Back to my memo. Remain competitive as an employer of choice to attract and retain talent with a cost of living adjustment for all employees of 3% to keep pace with inflation. Make targeted investments in specific areas to build staff capacity where it is most needed. Sustain a level of service delivery excellence across all municipal services. In the following separate memos, each department addresses their unique needs: police, fire, public works, community development, and administration. From a citywide perspective, this budget is forthright regarding several aspects of service delivery. Inflation is impacting many aspects of this budget. Accordingly, a 3% COLA is necessary to keep our pay competitive and sustain our focus on remaining an employer of choice. As a point of comparison, Social Security was 3.2% beginning in January 2024. We are requesting 2 additional staff to add essential capacity where it is most needed: an office manager in community development and an engineering technician in public works.
Can I interject briefly?
Yes, ma'am.
The office manager in community development, isn't that going from part-time to a full-time position?
It is,
So
yes.
it's not really a full, brand new position. It's an
Correct.
upgrade.
There's quite a bit of funding already in the budget for that.
Continue, thank you.
I call it out as adding an FTE because it is a significant step to go from part-time to full-time, so we're going
Benefits
to spotlight
package.
that. Yes,
Mhm.
thank you, ma'am. The Red Bank Police Department is seeking 6 new law enforcement vehicles to sustain their fleet operationally. For the first time since the 1990s, the city of Red Bank will budget for an element of mass transit. Currently, it's a relatively modest $15,600 from State Street Aid, but it represents a noteworthy commitment to meeting paratransit and transportation needs for eligible members of our community and to furthering our partnership with CARTA. Lastly, this budget represents the remaining aspects of a number of ongoing planning efforts, many of which will conclude this budget year and foster discussion of next steps and consideration of strategic measures towards implementation. There are also organizational changes represented in this budget, creating 2 departments. This budget recognizes community development as an independent department, separate from, but interdependent with, the Public Works Department. This will create a department focused on planning and development, which is where we are experiencing the greatest demand, both in terms of pursuing commission goals, as well as facilitating private development. The second new department is recognizing all the internal support functions housed within City Hall as a single department with 1 director empowered to manage it efficiently and effectively, aligning most internal support functions and support staff under the Department of Administration and Finance, which I refer to as City Hall. I encourage all to read through the accompanying department-specific memos, as well as the questions and answers for further understanding of the budget and the service delivery outcomes it envisions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. All right. Is it commission's time to shine?
It is. Mayor, I could orient briefly to the budget itself.
Please.
That might be a good next step.
You know, you ain't just gonna let us go up here unsupervised.
My job is to support the commission, and I'm going to do the very best at that I possibly can. So the document itself, like other years, is really a compendium of various separate budgets. The page 1 is a look at the general fund. Also listed on page 1 is the impound fund, State Street Aid is what SSA is, solid waste fund, and on the back on page 2 is stormwater and drug fund. At the top of page 1, general fund, it shows net from operations under the FY25 budget column of $823,051.
Where are we at now?
Right in the middle of page 1,
Okay.
on the right, center right.
Okay.
There is one error that's baked into this already, and I'll just share with you. It's about $80,000 overstated. We double counted the McCain contract, which is 79,000 and a little over 79,000. So the projected deficit of 823 is actually about $80,000 less than that. So it's right around 743. Okay, about 743,000. So that is kind of the starting position of this conversation with respect to general fund. $743,000 of projected fund balance use to fund everything that we have baked into this budget. We are projecting to use fund balance in State Street Aid and solid waste and stormwater. But those funds are healthy, and that's an intentional use of fund balance for specific objectives. So the real conversation is around general fund. And that is the first, let's see. $17 pages of the budget. Page 1 through 17 all roll back up to that general fund numbers, which is the top half of page 1. Then on page 18 is a look at ARPA, which is its separate pot of money. Page 19 is the impound fund, a separate pot of money. Page 20 is State Street Aid. And this is where we propose to fund the CARTA paratransit services. So while we're on page 20, I'll just highlight that's a new item. The CARTA contract at $15,600. That is an allowed use of State Street Aid. Otherwise, State Street Aid is mostly for all things roads and sidewalks and signs and striping and that part of our public works service delivery. Page 21 is the solid waste summary, and that is 9.25 FTE. I will highlight, since we're on that one, that we have allocated full-time FTE to different pots of money, and we have no smaller increment than a quarter. So if you see things like 3/4 or 1/4, that's where we've allocated parts of shared internal service administrative capacity or shared executive capacity as we run the programs. The next page, 23 is stormwater. And lastly, on the back page 24 is drug fund. So that's kind of an orientation to the document itself. And staff have provided you a lot of information here at this final workshop. And it may be best if we just spent the time with the general questions from the commission and staff present can answer, or we can take it as a homework assignment. And then depending on the wishes of the commission, we can schedule another workshop to really bring to closure the consideration of all things that have been presented, with some consideration for the questions and answers and maybe follow-up questions that really come from the conversation this meeting.
So if we had a follow-up workshop, that would be between our 2 regular meetings in May, and then we would have our first reading and a vote on the budget, our second meeting of May instead of the first one, and then a second and final reading in the first meeting of June.
That would be an excellent timeline. We have plenty of time. The budget estimate isn't really due until the 15th of May by date, and so the next regular commission meeting is early by that criteria, and we have plenty of regular scheduled commission meetings left in the fiscal year to adopt the budget with the second meeting before the beginning of next fiscal year.
So the objective for today would be for the commission to provide enough direction to you to present your final budget estimate at the May 7th meeting coming up next
Yes,
Tuesday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, unless you have anything else, Mr. Graham, I'll open the floor to the commission. I did want to start off with one question. I was wondering if we have the numbers or if we could find out what dollar amount is associated with the 3% COLA alone, because I imagine that's a significant cost across the board with salaries being our number 1 expense.
Thank you, Mayor, and we do have that. Across all funds, 1% is just shy of $59,000. it is $58,633.28. So for all practical purposes, 1% COLA is 59,000.
And we're doing 3%.
And we're doing 3%, which is just shy of 176,000 is the proposal.
Okay, and that's for all departments. Does that include
That's across all funds.
all funds, not just the general fund employees?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, we get excluded.
We certainly do. don't
Just
think-
let you know.
I was gonna ask, when was the last time the commission pay was updated for inflation, but I don't think that it
Yeah, I
ever
don't
was
think it
since
ever
it
has.
was initially established.
Well, of course, it was a volunteer post for a very, very, very,
Yes,
very,
it was-
very long
It
time.
was paid $0 for, I think, longer than it's been paid,
Yeah.
so.
Mayor, there is an answer for that. I don't have the exact number. It's a little over 20 years. I believe it was just after, I think it was 2001 or 2002 when the current rate was set, and it has never been adjusted for any sort of increase. And it could, under the guidance of our charter, there is room to inflate it if the commission so desired.
Let's see, $200 and $300 and $1990, probably a little different
Yeah.
today.
It winds up about 350 and 500.
Right.
350 for 500 for the mayor and 350 for the other 4 members of the commission. This is if you take the number that was from the time frame that it was established and just simply with the Bureau of Labor and Industries COLA inflation factors, you get very close to 350 and 500.
That does bring me to another question, though. The other employee who has been exempt from COLA is yourself. Does this budget draft include your new salary? I see Jennifer Raycaster saying yes. Okay. The $130,000 that was discussed at our last meeting. Okay.
The $20,000 increase.
Yes.
To $130,000. Was Miss Perry able to get any comp
Comps?
data before she had to go out of town?
Regarding
The number of employees and
She was gonna get us some comp data, compared to like city manager pay in other cities, like in Hamilton County.
Relative to their budgets. and
Their
number of
budget and the
employees?
number of employees, yep. And she said she was gonna try to get it to us before today or today, but I see that she's not here, so.
I do not have any other
Okay.
documentation in that regard.
If
So-
we could get that right
Yeah.
on the 7th or if we do another budget workshop at that time.
Mhm. That would be helpful.
All right. All right, commission, what else?
Well, I got one. So, on the income, right, we're just using what we collected this last year. Is that right? Cause it looks pretty flat. Is that correct? I mean, I know we get our property tax and all that stuff, but
The property tax rate is the same as
Yep.
last year, so that's why that number is equal. Now, when you scroll down, when you look at the state shared revenue, so your sales tax, sports betting, beer tax, all of that is based on the upcoming per capita estimates. So there's a specific dollar amount, based on the population. So those have all been calculated for that. We did add in, grants based on the ones we know we've been awarded, about how much we are getting. As well as, we updated the loan proceeds in there that I don't think has previously been shown. But and that's offset by those expenses that the loan's going to be used to purchase.
And the grants, if we've accounted for the revenue, then is our match also accounted for? Okay. Thank you.
I wanted to ask, I guess, Ms. Johnson, what would be the change in salary for the office manager position in the community development department? Because it is part-time right now, going to full-time. Do we know what that total salary amount is?
I have a rate supposed to say.
Okay.
For a pay rate, the hours that she works now. But, I don't have it here as my fee.
Okay, sure, that would be great. Thank you, ma'am. And then I was gonna ask you about the salary for the engineering tech.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have that number?
I do not, but it's roughly, base salaries are roughly 29,000
Okay,
for each, stormwater and the general fund. Because that person will be split 50/50.
okay, so,
The total estimate for those two positions is about 125,000. It's 50 for the office manager and 75 for the engineer tech, pretty darn close. Those are fully loaded numbers,
75,
right?
You say fully loaded, so all benefits.
With benefits and
associated,
everything.
Like, retirement.
Right.
Yeah, I was just looking at the base salary, 29.
okay.
So, oh, good.
Well, I was just gonna say, and that position that requires them to have like, some kind of educational certification. Is that right? Okay.
Associates, bachelor's, certificate.
A certificate of engineering. One of our sister municipalities, they have the same type employee and they have a certificate from Chat State, but then they went on to pursuing their civil engineering degree while they're also working for a municipality. So, but he was brought in with a engineering certificate.
Which could also happen in our case, since we do have tuition assistants that Ms. Perry just spoke about at our last meeting. So this budget does not include any tax increase. This is with a flat millage rate on property taxes
Correct.
projected.
Yes, ma'am.
So we might get through this without 5 hours. Maybe.
Well, just to speak to that, historically, we've under executed the budgeted amount. That is part of the reason I'm comfortable presenting to you a budget that has almost $750,000 of anticipated additional expenditure over revenue.
Use of
Use of fund
Fund
balance.
Fund balance. We have the fund balance. We're in a very healthy situation as a city across all funds. It does put us in a position of needing to have a serious conversation about all the things that we want to do and the revenues to support it. But this is a structurally balanced budget proposal. This would pass all the criteria that the comptroller was subjected to. And it would make us eligible for a budget certificate, in my opinion. Only the comptroller can actually give us certificate. But it is sustainable in terms of all the must-pay bills over the long run. So it's structurally sound is the terminology for that, but it does anticipate use of fund balance.
Can I ask, so Ms. Waycaster, I don't know how much you've dug into like our historical documents, historical budgets. But when I was elected, every year prior to that, as far back as I, could access on the website at the time, and then up until last year, we have projected a deficit in our budget. Is that correct? Have you seen that? I know Mr. Granum is nodding his head. I've seen that. Okay. What actually
Actuals
passed
were
as the
over.
budget?
Yeah,
No, we've like the actual numbers that.
What it ended up
actually
at the end of the year?
not what
Okay.
was projected.
Well, Mr. Granum, you're nodding your head because I know you've looked at those documents as well. But that is historically how this commission, prior to me, or any of us being elected, did pass budgets, was with projected uses of fund balance.
Which often came not to be realized.
Right.
Yes, it is not uncommon for the Red Bank Commission to budget a use of fund balance and then experience actually adding to fund balance at the end of the fiscal year.
Right.
And that goes back a number of years.
Mhm.
Basically, we're able to very carefully manage the budget year through the execution of the budget year and anticipate things that are not going according to plan and intervene as we spend it. Our ability to manage that is really through the directors, and they're very dialed into their execution. So the risk is manageable, very manageable.
And this actually is not the highest budgeted deficit, or use of fund balance that we've had in the past. I don't know,
Decade.
10 or so years. I think there was one that was 800 something thousand, one that was 700 something thousand, 400 something thousand. So that's pretty, I mean, it seems.
Not out of character.
Right,
It's not an unmanageable anticipated use of fund balance.
right.
Can you talk about any sort of state guidelines for the fund balance? I mean, do they? I'm trying to remember from last year, and it's like I remember them saying they needed 6 months of expenditure in that balance, or
3 months,
something.
I think, is the
Three
legal
to
requirement.
6.
3 to 6, what you're really, it's a crime that carries its own punishment. Aside from any guidance, because you have peaks and valleys, you get your revenue in certain chunks.
Mhm.
When the trustee sends you the property tax collections. And if you run short those are the peaks when you get those revenues in, and if you run short in a valley, then you have to get a tax anticipation note, or you have to borrow money in anticipation of revenues. And so if you don't have adequate fund balance to avoid all that's the punishment, that's the pickle you wind up in as a city. And that's when the comptroller comes in and starts to manage it for you. But we're nowhere near that. We have well over 6 months of fund balance would be still available with this budget.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission?
I have a couple of questions, and part of it was answered a few moments ago of the timing. I have this written out because I've been in very deep thought about this. My first question is why the hurry to review this budget, but that's been resolved in that we'll have an extra budget workshop. I don't understand what's driving such expenditures. I'm curious why so much spending in every department. Who is ultimately responsible for this spending? The commission, city manager, it's all of us. How can we continue to burden our residents with this spending? And what does it take to control this financial system somewhat better? It is an election year, and it's interesting that there's no new taxes requested for this year. However, watch out for 2025. Next year, it's not an election year, with the potential to increase our red bank taxes again to support this spending. And I'll be on that commission. For starters, personnel and operations for police is upward to $391,283. Is there any way we can make adjustments between now and the first reading? Do we really need to purchase 6 cars at one time rather than staggering these purchases? Fire stands at $109,000 plus some change, as I have read this, and then requesting $100,000 each year starting in 2026. And that's a total of $500,000. And we do have mutual aid that helps support us. Administration and finance has increased $61,000, and a new request to increase the city manager's salary to $130,000. I do agree with one COLA, but not retroactive pay. I'm just saying. Public Works total operation has increased at least to $475,000. And I know that now comes a community development department shifting employees and responsibilities. Maybe some more efficiency. I agree. With more employees comes more space, which means there's a possibility of a new building build. I don't think so. I'd like to suggest that as we proceed with our city manager, that he request or require each department to reduce their budget by a determined percentage. Don't hire any more employees. Continue to work within your means as we live within our means. And I would like for Ms. Waycaster to speak to us sometime this evening about her direction with this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fairbanks Harvey.
You're welcome.
Do we have a breakdown? Commissioner Fairbanks Harvey listed the increases to each subsequent department. We talked about that the COLA is $176,000 across all funds. Do we have the department breakdown for that number? Or perhaps individual department heads might have breakdown for what the COLA comes out to in their own departments. if you don't have it on hand, of course, you're not expected to, but put that in the homework category if not.
I don't think we have that available.
Commissioner Fairbanks Harvey, you watched all the presentations from all the respective departments. You mentioned the police cars, 6 police cars at once. Was there any other particular expenses that stood out to you from the department reports that you considered extraneous or unnecessary that?
That would have, to me, that would have to be per department. I can't explain to them what is wanted and what is truly needed. It's the financial burden that continues. It's slowing down a little bit.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I was gonna ask about the vehicle replacement thing too. I missed that meeting, so bear with me here. But yeah, Chief, if you could maybe, I've got the chart that you sent pulled up, but if you could just give like a high level rundown of that. I know there's a lot to do with like running time on engines and mileage and this and that. They're not apples to apples, you
I
know?
missed that meeting in person as well. We both watched the recording. My understanding was that basically if we didn't buy 6 cars this year, then we'd have more cars to buy the next year when they cost more. Please tell me whether my recollection is anywhere near actuality.
Right, so, well, and first I'll start off by saying, the way we did the police department budget this year is a little different than what we've done in the past. So it shows more of shows more expenses this year because at the beginning of the year, we're including the entire loan amount for the vehicles. In years past, what we would do is the budget will be passed, we would have debt services budgeted in there, and then there would be a budget amendment where we would show the actual full amount of the loan along with the revenue of the loan, which would, pretty much wash out. So this year, it looks like, and it is, I mean, I'm not saying that our budget's not increased, it has increased, but $373,000 of the increase is from the loan, which would normally in the past wouldn't be there. So it looks like it's more, but it's a wash. And so that's part of it. Going into the vehicle replacement, yes, we discussed a lot of things. What we went into many factors. The idea, for the whole city as a whole, we are in the process of developing a capital improvement plan for all of our capital projects, right? Vehicles are a capital project.
I was gonna ask, this is gonna be probably rolled into our capital plan when we get one. Or
Well, it is, I mean, it's penciled in, for our draft version and all, but it's capital, but it's also operational, right? It is our everyday operations that's needed. So to kind of get more to the point on your question, what I did, the industry standard for replacement of vehicles is about 100,000 miles or 10,000 engine hours. Okay? When I looked at my numbers on replacing vehicles, I was using the about 120,000 miles instead of the 100,000 for my figures. Then after I did that, I talked to our fleet manager and we had some discussions, and it was actually less than what I had planned for. So this plan is to go ahead and purchase 6 this year instead of buying 3 this year and like 3 next year. What we're trying to do is get on a routine of these purchases about every other year or so, is the plan. Instead, it is very labor intensive to order vehicles, to get them equipped, to swap out equipment. So a lot of time and effort goes into those, especially if you do it every single year with that. So what I did is projected our current vehicle situation and what our approximate mileage would be on some of the upcoming vehicles over the next 2 years. And estimated what the mileage would be. And so I had kind of created a chart and all, just kind of a plan that would kind of outline the mileage of what they are currently, what they would be, the next year. And so I projected out even through like 2031 about approximate mileages. Now, the further you get out, obviously it's harder to tell. So that's a lot of it. This vehicle, of course, we got one now that's 160,000. Now it's being replaced this year, so it doesn't really impact next year. But many of these others do that we have on our current miles. And by the time the vehicles get here and they're equipped, we're probably looking. Best case scenario would be winter, maybe even spring of next year as well. So even from now, based on these miles, you can add another 10 to 17,000 per vehicle. So that's really what this is. It's the cost of these vehicles is, and I went back and looked at some things and actually reduced the loan amount. I did from my presentation to you. We had discussions, and I went back and cleared out $60,000-$70,000 worth of additions that I was going to ask for or whatever. So we cut them out, reduced some things on the cost of the vehicles as well to get our loan payment down. So I reduced the loan payment of about $10,000 or so. With that said, it's a loan payment for over 4 years. Next year, I know we have part of a loan that will have rolled off. So this debt service cost that we see this year will be a little less for next year, so it won't impact the budget as much next year.
Chief, you mind if I jump in real quick?
No, go ahead.
Commissioners, I can show you what Chief led off with, how we did it differently with a different CFO. On page 11 of the police budget, down in the lower part under capital, it shows $373,500. If you flip back to page 4 of the budget, which is the second page of revenues, under other revenues, it shows loan proceeds of $373,500. So it's back on page 11. Basically, the capital expense is a wash with the revenues that are shown earlier. So it kind of makes it look like the police line is all of a sudden jumping from 2.9 to 3.5. But essentially, it's just because we accounted for that capital at $373,500 in capital difference. So if you take that capital out and look at it again, it's not that out of line with last year's budget, the current year budget.
With that figured,
Chief.
no, that's good, because I figured it about $168,000 difference, and majority of that would be the personnel costs, the COLA, things like that. So really, this is do we want to do 3 this year and then 3 next year? But it's still the even if a debt service is added next year, it still adds it back in. I have 6 vehicles that will need to be replaced this next year. And I have some that need to be replaced now. So based on that, and some of them that will be moved to spares, and we'll be getting rid of these Dodges and all that. So, and I had one that was wrecked this year too, so we had to replace it.
So total, how many vehicles are in the fleet? There are 20 something. Is that correct?
No, we're closer to probably 30 or so vehicles, but that includes your specialized vehicles, our transport van, our special operations vehicles. So it includes those. Plus, we also have a couple of cars like our IT manager uses now that's no longer can be used for emergency response. We had that. We had another vehicle that will be going into kind of city use as well that was wrecked. So it's around 30. I don't have that figure right in front of me.
That's okay.
It's 19 patrol vehicles is what you have on from the presentation you did. 7 admin, detective, 3 special purpose,
That would be about right.
spares, 3 for patrol and K9, 1 admin, and then 2, like you just said, for IT and city use.
When you buy 6 cars instead of 3, are you able to negotiate any better pricing at all?
Sometimes not for the vehicle amounts, sometimes like the labor costs or.
For the upfitting? Okay.
Because we bought 2 this year. One was budgeted and one was not.
Yes,
Okay.
because it gets running together because
Yes.
we're just now equipping cars that we ordered last budget.
Okay.
Because there was such a delay, and that's the other thing I'm fighting with, right? Is trying to anticipate and stay ahead of the supply chain issues or the chips or, whatever. I've got cars that we ordered equipment for in June of last year that aren't fully equipped because they can't get parts. And we've even gone and tried to beg and borrowed and gone with the internet ourselves and can't find what we need to get those vehicles on the road. So
That equipment's probably budgeted and just waiting to be
correct. Oh, that's
driving.
correct.
Because I remember a few months ago when the budgeted car was purchased and, oh, by the way, there's another one right there available. So it was.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the week after that, one of our vehicles was wrecked. And so that changed my plan. So, and unfortunately, that's the part right of government, right? Is you try to plan, but you also knowing the delay in vehicles. I can't go to a vehicle lot and just order a vehicle, right? When we have one wrecked or we have things happen, right? And you could lose 2 or 3 vehicles could be out of service in one incident, depending on how serious it is, So I've got to have, several spares.
I was just gonna ask one more follow-up question. So assuming we get 6 all at one time, does that give you a little bit more negotiating leverage with the upfitter? I mean, would they be more keen to take on presumably a higher dollar project to upfit 6 instead of just like nickel and diming
Right,
someone or 2?
May even get better competitive bids as well. Instead of somebody submitting a bid because you have 1 or 2 vehicles, there may be better competition for that, yes.
And you're not anticipating then needing to purchase any vehicles next year?
That is correct. Now, with that said, and be true transparent, I have no intent, but we don't know our future, right? I don't plan on coming next year or this year adding any more personnel to where we have to add vehicles or it's just for the unforeseen things. There
Barring
might
a
have to
tornado
be
ripping through the
that
police
possibility,
department.
right? But the plan is not to come back. The only reason we were budgeting for 1 this past year was because we added 1 position. Because really I would have skipped this year, so I would have skipped a year before we ordered some next year. But because of that and that others happened to be there, I was like, well, that would help me not order as many this upcoming year. But
Chief, and Mayor and Commissioner, I have some numbers that might help provide some perspective. The debt service on the 6 vehicles is about $96,000. So if we cut it in half, you're talking about half of $96,000 if we went to 3 vehicles towards that.
That's what we're actually paying toward the loan that's
Yes.
budgeted for
Right.
this year, right?
Right,
For those
right.
vehicles.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So Chief's asking for 6, making the case 6, and the cost in the budget year is $96,000 for that.
And so if we,
if we cut 1, it's saving 15,000-ish.
Yeah.
Right.
approximately.
so if we were to order 3 instead of 6 this year, we would be affecting the general fund balance in the neighborhood of $45,000
Right, yes, ma'am.
of a $750,000 overage.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I just
Vice
was
Mayor.
gonna make a comment that, I mean, of course, I haven't been able to read this thoroughly because you just presented the Q&A to us. But I did just see this and I feel like we did talk about this before, but it's helpful to me that, Chief, that you included in here that back in 2016 and 2017, you all purchased a lot of vehicles, at one time due to the required Volkswagen buyback, due to those emission issues. And most of the fleet at that time were the VW Passats. And then, so you still have 3 2016 and 7 2017 patrol vehicles in service. So, that was probably a much larger, you know, like you said, you plan for things. And
Might have
then,
been a typo. I think I have 8 2017s. Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
but you didn't know that there was gonna be an emissions issue with the VWs, that they were gonna have to buy back, then you were gonna have to make a very large vehicle, you know, fleet purchase all at once. That you're now working to replace because a lot of them are really up in the mileage and engine hours, correct?
And a lot of
Aged
them
out at
have
the same time.
equipment that were used in the Volkswagens, right? That instead of Ford, we at the time made them work, but they're not used. A lot of the stuff's just not useful anyway, so.
To transfer over into those vehicles, right?
So the loan would include obviously new equipment, you know, and all
Sure.
that. But one of the things I reduced out of it is we could still reuse some radios and things instead of, because what we're going to do later is kind of get in a replacement plan as well, because
Mhm.
electronics and all. And our oldest radio, in-car radios, in our patrol cars will be about 10 years
Okay.
old, but we can reuse some of those.
I did have a question about the, like when you auction off the vehicles that are not usable any longer. Are those, do you have any kind of like estimate for what you might get for those and then that's worked into the budget? Or is it just, maybe there's another person to answer that?
We do have an estimate. And,
Okay.
I sat with Mr. Tate and we budgeted at least 5,000 each. for
With
those.
Chief Seymour?
You know,
I'm
for
talking
the
about the
vehicles.
vehicles, the police vehicles. So it's the same?
You did have an estimate on what.
Okay,
I know some of them I estimated, so some of the vehicles were bought with drug fund money.
mhm,
So when we
Some of
sell
that has to
those,
go
that
back
money
into
has
the
to go
drug
back in the drug
Okay.
fund. So in the drug fund, there's like line item for like sale of equipment or whatnot, that's a revenue source, so that has to go back into that.
mhm. But some of them are from,
Some of them would be general fund, yes,
Okay.
so they would come back in, help offset some revenues.
We didn't want to put too much in because we don't know what we're going to sell for what.
Sure.
So we did put in 15,000 in the revenue that you'll see on page 4.
just 15,000 for all the vehicles that are gonna be, okay,
And
Some of those were not going to be sold, they were going to be converted to spares.
oh, okay, I
so a
see.
lot of, and based on that number, and based on the equipment that we have, I would say that was projected as a low. But it's hard to say, I'd rather project kind of low.
It's hard
Right.
to say with
Okay.
equipment because you never know what that's.
It's
really
possible we
about.
may recoup more of the cost.
It's possible.
Although if we were only to buy 3 vehicles instead of 6, for example, we probably wouldn't recoup any of that cost because the 3 vehicles would then go into spare.
Oh, yeah, they'd have to stay, right.
So we'd actually be reducing that $45,000 savings by the 15,000 revenue that we projected for the sale of the equipment.
And even, and I did not give y'all this because I did not have it at the time, but since my presentation, I obtained our engine hours, a list of where we are on the engine hours. And so there's actually a lot more red on there based on the engine hours, but I'm still at this time going by the mileage. So
Okay.
the vehicles that anyway, so 6 is what I'm
Are
asking for.
many or any of the police cars home driven or do they stay here?
The majority of them are driven home, which, you know, is a standard practice in law enforcement. And it's, you know, 15, 20 years ago, it was more of a newer concept, I think. And so there's a lot of information and discussions and all that, but now it's just become because it is a benefit and so
In the
many
neighborhood.
different reasons
Yeah.
that that is just kind of an accepted practice. Right. Usually our spares are here unless something's in the shop. As I told this story, somebody missed that. I had one officer that his went down and so he had to jump in the spare and he jumped in the spare and he had problems with it. So then he had to get into a second car and then had problems on the way home and had to stop and at auto shop and place and get some stuff to take care of it himself to get home. So that doesn't happen. I don't want to mislead you. That doesn't happen all the time, but that can happen any day, you know, you just don't know. But when you're emergency services, you know, you want vehicles to operate. And our fleet department and fleet manager does an outstanding job with that for sure. Absolutely. So that's kind of my recommendation. It's even based on conversations I had with the fleet manager. I didn't say that, but we had some discussions about the mileage and the equipment and what they were. And discussed the plan with them and the vehicles, and, he was on board with that. So not to speak for him, but that's
Well,
based on the conversation.
certainly well beyond my position to argue any kind of vehicle maintenance question with Randy.
I get it. So any other questions on, and if y'all, you may have more questions on this.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, thank you for the recap again. I know you probably said all that once before. And
Yeah.
I appreciate
Well,
it.
and again, this number is, if you look at what the draft version is giving you, there are, if you had the copy that I had given you, there's quite a few line items that I reduced and took some things out and adjusted to help compensate for some of the vehicle costs. And we look in, we did that and saw the bottom line. It's like, yeah, that's tough, but what do we need? That's how I went through it.
I did have one more question for your page of the budget sheet. We do have increase from 27 to 28 employees, and that's the grant funded employee, am I correct?
Yes, we're not adding any new employees this year. That number was kind of left over last year, and then it's kind of like the way that the previous finance director did the budget, like with loans and all. So because that was a grant position, even going into it, we were looking at doing that. His accounting style and all, he wanted to add that in afterwards. So that's why it's showing up going from 27 to 28.
Because it's accounting
We
for the
are.
employee we already really added last year that wasn't
correct.
showing in your department.
That's correct.
Now, the revenue for the grant funding of that position, is that reflected on this page 11? Or is
Page
it,
11 and forward. A little bit, the salaries are built in, yes.
but the grant funding that's funding that
The
new
reimbursement
quote
that
unquote
you'll
new
get.
salary, the reimbursement for that salary?
It's in the revenue section. It's in the revenue section, page either 3 or 4.
So that's another, similarly to,
Page,
And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to-
so
page three.
it's a wash.
it is a wash, but it's not reflected here on this page. It's like we were talking about with the vehicle loans, where it's a wash when you add the revenues from the other page. It's the same situation with that grant funded position. Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Is it-
Yeah, that's the VCIF grant, right?
Yes. Now,
Yeah.
what is, yes, and then even like police supplement pay or the fire police supplement pay, right? It's shown as an expense, but it's not a true expense because it's a
You
reimbursement,
get reimbursed from the state for that, right?
correct? Which is not our, well, it's not tax dollars, ultimately it's tax dollars, but not direct tax dollars.
Right.
Vice Mayor, what's the line item for?
It's
Oh, it's on
33480.
Page 3?
Yep,
Oh,
page
so
3.
page 3. VCIF grant, there it is. So 60,628. So 60,628 of your total personnel costs are being offset by grant revenue indicated elsewhere.
Correct.
So if you take the apparent total police budget from 2,959,000 to 3,501,000, that's a difference of about 542,000. But then if you subtract the offsetting revenue for the loan for the cars, that brings it down to 168,000. If you take out the grant funding for the salary position, that brings you to only 100,000. Much of which I imagine is reflected in your COLA increases for the rest of the employees. So,
COLA, it's all, most of it's in the personnel cost, right? I reduced from last year's current year, my overtime, not over, well, like the part-time, what was budgeted, I reduced it to even asking for a room to add another part-time person. I took that out when I talked to y'all, so.
Okay.
I was gonna ask what had been reduced from, I think, April 9th to
I've got that.
today.
Well, from what, I brought the overtime line item back down, where it is this current year, from 45 to 40,000. And And then the, part-time, I reduced it down to 10,000.
From what?
I believe it was proposed at 25. Vehicle repair and maintenance, I reduced it back down to 40 from the 45.
It was 25. I have here. Could you say that one again, Chief? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. The vehicle repair, I went up on it to 45, but I brought it back down to 40, which is what we were at. Which actually seems to be a pretty good number looking at my budget figures today when I looked at our sheet. So that's probably a pretty good number. Travel, I went up to 13, but I reduced it to 12. I do need to go up on that line item, even based on where we're at on the current budget. The other one, small items of equipment, reduced, it was at 39, I reduced it to 29.
Can you give us some examples of that?
Was that, oh yeah, I was gonna ask if that included that, portable camera situation.
Well, it's out.
It's out.
I took it.
That was that, right? Was that in the small items of equipment?
No, it might have been in capital. Give me just a minute.
Take a breath.
So, okay.
I think I had that written down.
I took out some cost of replacing some radios. What I want to do is get, anyway, I took out some radios that we're going to use some funding for, and then some optics replacement, kind of some optics that we replaced some last year with our rifles. So that's what I reduced out of that line item. The other debt service on 600, it was reduced about $10,000 from what we originally had proposed, even with the 6 vehicles.
Which line item was that?
600 debt service
Oh, okay.
from 227-ish to 217. Then going down to capital, the line 940, that might be a little different. It actually will show the proposed budget from what I submitted. The next line item, 942, was reduced from 15.5 to 12. Yes, and just kind of some things there. That's just updates, some office furniture, and just things that I had just kind of built in there. We reduced that. Let's see, 947. So went from 37 to 20,000.
I think that's where the
That is
camera
where
was.
yes, yeah, the event. And it's possible we could get some grant funding
Okay.
for it. Is one of the main reasons one of the reasons I felt comfortable taking it out. Yes, so.
Do you apply for the grants or do you
Depends on the grant.
okay.
Yes, ma'am. Most grants, like for our department, I would apply for. There's sometimes there's cooperative grants, but I would still have to show my interest in that or what we were needing. And that's what that one would be a kind of a cooperative area grant. So another body would decide, that. And then sometimes you run into those, if it's a cooperative grant or whatever you might run into, yes, you can get it, but it has to be used or available for other agencies to use. So, which is fine.
Chief, can you confirm line 200 contractual services? Is that your portion of Hamilton County 911?
Good question. I didn't even talk about that, but yes, that is our portion. So about 89% of the cost increase goes to the police department, about 11% goes to the fire department. So, yes.
So in this case, your portion of the 911 contract services going up $37,000. Ish. It says it's going from 250,000 $755 to $288,000.
It's a $25,000 increase for the 911 contract.
It's up 13%.
Yes, about 13%, yes. About 25,000, I believe. But along and also in that contract services, the other increases have to do with our other services, our radio system, our computer, our dispatch, our CAD systems that's in our cars. Those are built in there, right? Software that we used for our report systems and use of force and pursuits, all those. So there's a ton of like technology related. One good thing is we participate in an online training, but we get a discount through our insurance company. So there was a good thing there. But that's mostly a lot of what that is. So a lot of that technology and all, they have agreements that there will be a little bit of an increase, each year. So unfortunately, that's one of those line items that unless you just stop doing something, will likely continue to go up. And, in the 911 center, I think we've said this a dozen times, we cannot get the service for that price by providing, the only other alternative is for us to provide our own 911 center, right? And then we're getting into $1 million or more. I mean, just to start it off, like equipment and staffing and where we're going to put it and install, so there's a lot involved in that, and then the maintenance of it. So, and the 911 center does a good job for us, for sure.
They're award-winning.
Chief, the wrecker service, is that specifically to a local wrecker company?
Well, it's whatever record company we call that would be on our list, right? So that increased because our record fees are going to be increasing,
Yeah.
right? So with the way that works, we actually have a draft, should be coming before you in about a month or two. The board here sets the record costs. And so like what's happened in Hamilton County and Chattanooga recently in the last couple of years, their costs have not been adjusted for a long time. So they have increased those. So we've also looked at our ordinance to reflect that. And so with anticipation of that ordinance coming before you and passing, then our record cost to tow our vehicles, because we don't have our own record. So we have to call, and it will be somebody that's on the list that's local with us, but they have set fees.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a set.
Well, there's a list and there's a process where they're permitted, and we use that list like we would give the options for the public to use if they had to have a vehicle towed and we were ready to crash and one was wrecked and we call one for them. There's a list that they have to go through an approval process.
Thank you.
Chief, I just saw this note that I had on the document that you gave us when you originally presented your budget, on 940, about, you said, this is what I wrote down, so hopefully this makes sense to you. Does include cost for hybrids. Okay, so if I'm recalling correctly, I believe that you had estimated a higher maybe cost if we could get hybrids, but there's the potential we might not be able to. So what would that mean as far as that loan, I guess? What if we didn't need it all?
Well, that's part of the reduction in this cost.
Okay,
Was
that was included in that.
talking to the supplier, they're
Mhm.
like, that line's not even running and they don't have an anticipated
Gotcha.
And,
Okay.
Our goal is to try to go to, the hybrid vehicles in the police department. But when they're not available, it's difficult. And we do have, a couple that are out here that are hybrids, right?
Mhm.
That's our intent, but we can't do that. So what I went ahead and did was reduce the anticipated cost of hybrids to what it would cost us to get the gasoline. So that's part of that reduction in the cost of the line. Along with a couple of radios we took out, I lowered a little bit of the outfitting costs as well. So.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for the chief?
You only got me for 2 more hours.
I mean, between all of the explanation we've seen, I think another item that we might not have touched on is the city added a new holiday
Yes,
Um,
well, the Juneteenth and talk about even some of our increases in the personnel costs on the police department. And I put that in my Q&A and in my memo, and I don't think the city in the original presented budget that it was budgeted last year, but it was one of those changes, right, budget amendments that we made. So this budget reflects that additional holiday for employees and also along with changes that we made in the personnel manual, right? They kind of reflect even the holiday pay for 12-hour employees. And so it's oftentimes if employees are off or they want to mix vacation anyway, they work the whole day. They come in on Christmas Day, they work for 12. Well, why can't we pay them for 12 hours to be here on the holiday or whatnot? So the city, that was in the personnel manual, which was approved, and we talked about that, but this current budget was not, it wasn't accounted for necessarily in it. So we had to, so this proposed estimate draft budget, I should have which term to use. But the one that's sitting before you tonight reflects that change as well. So that is also, it already had been approved. It's just reflected now in that budget.
So to recap, structurally, you have a new position being reflected in this department that's not really new, that's being offset by grant funds elsewhere, not reflected in your budget page. So we've got $373,000 of machinery and equipment that's being offset again by revenues on a different page, not reflected here.
Yes.
We've got $25,000 of Hamilton County 911 contract increase that's worth it, but outside your control. And then, of course, we have, in addition to the standard COLA that all the employees are getting, we also have, as you said, reflected additional holiday pay and some changes to other reimbursement schedules as reflected in our schedule. So that pretty well accounts for that and $5,000 extra dollars for fuel because fuel's going up all the time.
Right, and this budget reflects what I truly feel like we need. It's not a fluffed up budget. It's not asking for personnel. This is just the fact of the matter of operational costs and capital costs to help support, a department of the city.
So is, to use the city manager's word, to sustain a level of service delivery excellence.
That's good. Where have I heard that before?
So we're not seeing any new services. We're not seeing any new employees. We're not seeing any bells and whistles. We are seeing what you, our chief, believes it will take to maintain our current level of service delivery excellence in the police department for this budget.
And one thing I didn't, and I might have hit on it in our memo and all, even with this COLA, and I want to reflect on that. We're just asking for cost of living raise, and the city manager addressed the cost of living, and actually it's less than Social Security and all. But this, last year we did a market adjustment for law enforcement and a couple of positions in the city and all. And the year before that, kind of citywide. And over the last course of several months, there is strong discussions and all that are happening in other government entities about they're losing people. And they're like, we got to stop the bleeding. And so they called, hey, how much, you mind giving me, how much you people make? Well, actually, I kind of do mind, but it is public record. Right? Because we're in a good place. We're in a good place. And so there's several agencies that are going up 7% or getting $4,000 across the board, pay for all employees. And so we're not asking for market judge, it's cost of living. And not only does it adjust for that cost of living, but hopefully it still keeps us in the market as well. And not just us, department and all.
And the longevity.
Right. Longevity helps for sure, absolutely. So, which we greatly appreciate.
Yep.
A lot of employees comment about that and they're like, wow, this is nice. I don't have to wait 5 years to get $100. Yeah, that's what.
Well, you do it at the university. That's why they do it at UT system.
So just that's just kind of another point that I want to raise on the COLA. Yes, we're asking for a cost of living adjustment for all employees, but the other avenue is, well, if we don't, then for these other cities that are making their actual adjustments, we may have to come, I don't know, just difficult, to keep workers.
Just gonna have to keep an eye on that.
Maintain a good.
Maybe you mind if I add in?
Please go.
Conversation while we have.
While I exit.
Stage left.
Stay right there, Chief. I want to talk about you. In our questions and answers, we haven't really received wide distribution yet, and for that I apologize, but I did share this with the commission on page 16 here, your last page. I talked about what is meant by the term employer of choice. Simply put, an employer of choice is an employer where, by and large, people want to work. Some of the defining characteristics of employers of choice are competitive pay, valued benefits, engaged workers, meaningful work, strong leadership, and attractive workplace culture. With unemployment in Hamilton County at 2.7%, near the record low of 2.6%, and that's from a Times Free Press article on 10th of April. And with other employers actively seeking our employees, and I'm talking specifically about law enforcement now at this point, the city of Red Bank has enjoyed very little turnover due to our efforts to remain an employer of choice. And at the heart of that is pay, and the COLA preserves our strong position as an employer of choice, but it's more than that. It gets into this conversation about vehicle replacement. In law enforcement in particular, it is their office. The law enforcement vehicle is where they spend all of their duty day, and a good bit of their non-duty day, because they take it home. So we're talking about the work environment for our law enforcement officers for a huge chunk of their life when we talk about vehicles. In the chief's memo, which is included in that packet I distributed, his is the memo that immediately follows mine. His last paragraph reads in part, "The public continues to demand excellence, ongoing training, and cutting-edge technology from the law enforcement profession." So it really isn't just Chief Seymour and Red Bank PD, it's the law enforcement profession, which we're a part of. And we're trying to stand out as an employer of choice in a competitive market. We're surrounded by top talent agencies, Hamilton County Sheriff, and all the other cities and the Small Cities Coalition and Chattanooga. They're all fine agencies, and from the standpoint of the law enforcement officer, they're gonna go where they're treated best. That's just the bottom line. They could shop from a dozen agencies and not move their house, not change their kids' school, not change anything about their life. So in law enforcement in particular, it's just hyper competitive, and this, I think we're exceptionally well led. This commission and previous commissions have exceptionally well trained, resourced, and equipped our officers, and we're in a strong position. And so the chief's proposal for 6 vehicles and the 3% COLA is very much in keeping with keeping our law enforcement team in that strong position, particularly vis-a-vis competitors who want our top talent.
Well, I do see that our longevity bonus line is also going up a little bit, so that's good news because that means we're keeping people.
It is. We have a very stable workforce, and we have others who are actively seeking to join us. When we put out a recruitment, we get top candidates for the chief and his panel to consider. So, and final thought, while I'm opining, Chief Seymour and Deputy Chief Wright are just top talent in their respective roles, and they have created a workplace environment where our law enforcement professionals want to be, and that's priceless. So thank you, Chief.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Chief, for letting us put you through the ringer. Any other questions for our chief?
Felt like I was in court.
Well, you're the court-
You
Well,
are.
these are excellent questions, and when you're looking at going into our fund balance projected that much, you're gonna have questions, because you have the public to answer to, and so I understand completely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
As soon as I sit down.
Yeah.
Upon that detailed review, Commissioner Fairbanks Harvey, was there any particular expenses in the police department that you would prefer be deferred or canceled?
No, not at the moment. I'll study it like the rest of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All All right,
Well,
Commissioner Phillips?
Yeah, I've got a problem with the formatting, okay? We've got Public Works. We pulled out the community development out of Public Works, but we left it in last year's Public Works. So I'm looking at lemons and grapefruits. I'm not even comparing apples and oranges. And you know, if we can pull it out of one and put it in another, I'd like to see it on that. The other thing I would like to see is the lines with either a percentage or a plus and minus number over there on the left column. So I don't have to sit over here on my calculator and calculate what the percentages are when I know this can be happening. It's just hard to read. Right?
Commissioner, are you saying, I just wanna, are you asking about moving, or hold on just a second, like the community development pieces that were pulled out?
Yeah.
Have what those were in the public works budget last
Last
year as like a,
So we
its
can
own
kind of get a
column?
comparison of, you know, because, I mean, we are creating this new department, but we're just reallocating a lot of resources, if I am
Right.
not correct.
I can make you a file that does that, just know that it won't be reflected like that in the ordinance, because I have to make the last year's actual.
Okay,
Is that
okay, that's,
But
I
can make
just
a
want,
separate file to,
but reviewing, you know, last year's, this year's and all of that stuff, I mean, Public Works is, I mean, I can't make no heads, tails, or nothing out of it. Sorry.
as far as
No,
the-
that's on my memo that I did provide. I tried to break down the bulk of that, what fiscal year 24 looks like.
Is this in the questions?
Q&A, Public Works, you have your own Q&A, or sorry, the memo, check out that memo.
Deputy Director Johnson's towards the end.
Okay.
It's got the multicolored, branding on the top of it. There's 3 pages from her that really speak to the, creation of the department.
It's more totals, it's not each line item, it's all the details and make sure that we identify that. This is just.
Yeah.
It's more than public works also, it's administration and other departments.
Well, I mean,
Because you're taking some
So,
people
second-
and dividing them and then
yeah,
And then
line items different.
yeah, they disappeared here.
there's some accounts like McCabe's that have previously been in public works and others that are going to be moved over to community development to form that budget.
Across the entire city, we're adding 2 FTE, 2 full-time. It looks like 3 because of that police officer that we just talked about. So, Red Bank Police Department goes from 27 to 28, but they were already there last year. It's how we're accounting for that. Violent Crimes Intervention Fund is what VCI stands for. And the other 2, one is in Public Works and one is in the proposed community development.
But
So-
again, that's really more of a 0.5.
Correct, in terms of actual added cost.
Right.
The one that's really truly new is the engineering tech.
Right.
And I'm sure Greg will speak to that better than I can, but it's essentially focused on all of the capital work that we have ongoing and will be taking on. And also assisting the street team with some of the project-like work that's really bigger than a work order. It's really bigger than you can just come into work and start pointing fingers at. It's work that requires design, concept development, design, maybe acquisition for design, and perhaps solicitation for a general contractor build out. So there's a body of work that's funded within the ops street budget that really requires a engineering tech to execute. It's not really something the supervisor and the line crew can execute.
I was just gonna ask if Mr. Tate maybe could come up and talk a little bit about that. Just because I think the general public hasn't heard, other than what Mr. Granum just shared, but just a little more detail about that position.
And I have a specific question I'd like to tack onto that, which is, given the fact that we know we have several more TDOT grants ahead of us, already in the pipeline, and we have no intention to stop applying for TDOT grants moving forward, would the engineering tech help us have less barrels rolling into Dayton Boulevard in the future?
Certainly.
Please elaborate.
Well, let's just dwell on that for just a moment. As part of a TDOT grant, we rely on consultants to go out and do the environmental testing, the design, put the projects out for bid, And then the city is required, if we're going to do our own supervision of the project, we're required to have what they call a CEI certified person on staff. Now, in the past, that's been me, that's been John Alexander, that's been Tim Thornberry. Leslie has been CEI certified. I think you just got recertified about a year ago. And that is a TDOT training module that you have to complete and pass. And that gives you construction inspection credentials to go out on the job site and inspect. And our consultants, they have those same people on staff too that work for them. But we're required to have somebody on staff, or we're required to hire somebody to do that. And that's what this engineering tech person would ultimately be doing for TDOT projects. They would be our CEI inspector for all of these projects, going out to the work site, meeting the construction team or the consultant or the contractor at the job site, and having complete oversight over each of those projects. They would also be more of a cubicle-based person. You gonna ask a
No,
question?
no,
Okay.
I'm just
They would
listening,
also be more of a cubicle-based person. We've invested a lot of money in the last 2 years for iWorks, for pavement management, sign inventory management. We have a third-party program that does sidewalk inventory management. And right now, we have all of these capabilities, and we need that person in a cubicle that can apply these. They can go out there and they can figure cost calculations for what it would require to do certain treatments on roads, which roads are best suited for these treatments, which roads that we want to treat next year, and develop a paving program. And it takes somebody sitting there, working the computer and coming up with these. I build spreadsheets up all day long. You get a spreadsheet for somebody to physically present a map that we can bring to commission meetings and a list of roads we intend to pave this next year, sidewalk connectivity. And then that person would also work with the newly established community development department, specifically with Michael Pham, to look at grant funding sources for sidewalk projects and big street paving, just like the Browntown to Gad Road is a TDOT paving project that the city's only having to pay 20% for. And those grants are out there, and that person would work with Michael Pham to take his project list and then go out there and see what sources of funding there are, as well as a host of other, plan reviews. We occasionally get big 20-page documents of how the road's going to be built when they repave Browntown to Gad Road. And they will be able to take and look at those. You remember a couple of years ago when some of you were just coming onto the commission and the signalization project was a big thing and people wanted to see the plans. Well, I didn't have a set of plans myself because coming right into that position, there were plans out there, but I was never given a copy of the plans. So I got a copy. This engineering technician would be the owner of those plans and be able to look at those plans and see what's missing, see what needs to be modified, if it's the city's intent. So that's the purpose for the engineering technician. And certainly it's to fill a vacuum that's left by Leslie Johnson whenever she transitions to community development, because, capital projects was initially going to be one of her strong suits. And then, she's branched out into other aspects of planning and community development. It's just too much for one person. And so therefore, I'm requesting the engineering technician to fill that vacuum that's created whenever she transitions to community development.
If I might just say, I think just from my experience, by having an engineer tech, a project has someone eyes on it, accountable to the community from cradle to grave. And that's something that we lack tremendously, is being involved in the initial letting of the project, being involved in subcontractors, regular and routine meetings and updates. So that's just, we can only spread ourselves so thin. We can't be at every place at every time. So to prioritize that and then to designate a person who actually is the boots on the ground, start to finish of all these projects we have going on, just increases that transparency of what we're trying to get accomplished.
And also, just makes the completion of these projects that much more efficiently done, right? Whereas, before, even when you started, Ms. Johnson, we had, the signalization projects and everybody coming in here and saying, when is this going to be done? And when are you going to get rid of these barrels? And when, and it's not us, it's TDOT. But when we have somebody on staff who can be that point person every step of the way,
And
Then-
help the city hold the contractors and subcontractors
Accountable, right?
You know, TDOT does a good job as far as identifying funding, letting the project, they have the conditions in place on how it has to be done, but they don't provide everything.
Right.
And unfortunately, we end up having different pieces if they can't have someone there on a regular ongoing
Right.
basis.
Yep, things can fall in the cracks. We have somebody there to be, like you said, holding them accountable.
In addition to the time that it took for the signalization project to be completed, and from a construction standpoint, there's also the time that it took for it to be initiated into construction from its initial inception, which I understand was 10 years. Would an engineering tech also help with the timeline to get things started off the ground?
I believe so. I believe having a person that is that one point of contact, especially with TDOT when it comes to applications. Their egress system is not the easiest to navigate. I think Mayor and I know the city manager has constantly received these email notifications that something has changed or something hasn't happened. So it becomes very confusing to go in and navigate multiple people versus one.
Right.
Again, start to finish is that one point of contact on all things that's happening with the project.
I would like to add that there's, I forgot the number, it's more than $5 million worth of capital construction that's in flight. And just on that scope, it really warrants a dedicated person who's gonna dot the i's and cross the t's. And some of the challenges of these capital projects really go back to the initial scope that was developed and the work that we had to do to really make sure that we were getting the outcome that the city needed. For example, just in the signalization, we changed the scope because they originally had 2 slip lanes going from southbound Dayton to westbound Morrison, and there was no pedestrian connectivity there. And we had to intervene on that project after it was already designed to make sure the project was really what the city needed. Similarly, on the paving on Browntown Road, we had to intervene to make sure that the turn lane in the middle was added in and continues all the way to Gad Road. So there were, and I'm not complaining. Everybody did the very best they could at the time. They just weren't really resourced to undertake the scope of capital projects that were initiated with those grants. And we just have to, our side of the equation, let's use the word babysitter. That's not a bad term, but you could call it an owner's rep in a more proper construction lingo. Somebody who's gonna represent the interests of the owner from start to finish on capital program that's of this scope. And that's what this person will be, a dedicated resource who will have a relationship with the commission. Occasionally they'll be able to come in here and take the podium. They'll know what the commission is directing. They'll know what the needs of the city is. They'll be supported by Michael Pham as a planner. Here's what we're thinking. And help them resource those grants. And there'll be boots on the ground alongside not only Greg, but Ricky and the entire street team to make sure that these projects are delivered in a way that is seamless, without barrels rolling down the street, without having to do major interventions on the scope of the project post-design phase. And so I talked about paving from Browntown to Road and signalization. Those projects are already in flight. We have more capital projects coming up. We have low water, we have ADA on the south end of town. We have the upfitting of the property we purchased at the north end, which is a significant capital project in the coming years. And we've been in conversation about what the needs for public works facility are. And these are all very complex and large capital projects, and they really need a dedicated resource to make sure they achieve the outcome that the commission anticipates when we start that conversation. So,
In addition to a host of sidewalk projects that we look forward to implementing that will require the same skills.
in the context of what Greg asked for, if you map back to what he was asking for, he asked for 3 people, and what's in this budget request is 1. So we trimmed his sales significantly, and even before we came into the commission this evening. I think that this is a must-have for Public Works. I wanted to say this when Chief Seymour was at the podium. As we look at each department kind of strategically, where is that department and where is it headed? If we could step back to the police department, we're at 28 FTE, and I think honestly, that's probably where it needs to be for the foreseeable future. I think that service delivery has matured and it's excellent, and the conversation this commission and future commissions for the foreseeable future are about the same. Technology, upfitting with vehicles and equipment, but I think largely the police department at 28 is what they need. Not the same at all for public works. The public works is the demands and the push for more and different and better and change are just off the charts across really all of Greg's business lines. So whereas police is relatively stable on the demands on it and its ability to meet that demand, public works consistently is under-resourced against the demands, whether it's simply maintaining the streets as they are and the condition they're in, or whether it's upping our game in stormwater or parks or any of the other business lines. There's just tremendous pressure on public works to make it better than what we're experiencing today. And so this engineered tech is very much at the heart of making it better. How do we resource ourselves to tackle the challenges, the demands on the department to improve based on the situation that we have today? So that's kind of a strategic view of why we need the engineering tech. We know the capital work is coming. We know the demand for change is there on the part of the commission and the community. And this is really upfitting public works with that tool in their toolbox, I think, to meet that demand efficiently.
And if I may, I think for me, when you say the demand for change, I think a change in how we're approaching maintenance of the infrastructure that we have, right? We're being proactive instead of reactive, waiting for it to fall apart or become an emergency. It's more expensive than this is a typical government kind of thing, which is let's just keep kicking the can down the road. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to change that approach. That's how I'm taking what you're saying, Mr. Graham. Not that I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but when you say that, that's what it means to me.
You know, look at this.
And
And I agree with you 100%, Commissioner. Public Works in the last year has taken on additional tasks of cemetery advisory operations. My people are working weekends with the Cemetery Advisory Board, and that's great, a little extra overtime. But what it's doing is it's creating more work that we're having to take more labor that's already on board to do other things besides cutting grass and fixing toilets and,
Thermoplastic machines or having our hot box being used and patching our roads. It seems like there's a lot of things that can be done on that we don't have the manpower to do, but we have the equipment, which I don't understand. Now, I have a problem with that. When we have equipment, we don't have manpower, or either one of them needs to go.
Right.
So.
Well, as the city manager said, Public Works has been historically under-resourced, not only for the inherent demand of our crumbling nationwide, we have a crumbling infrastructure problem. And, Red Bank has not been immune from the kicking the can down the road syndrome, I should say, of, not topping our roads instead of, regrading them properly, and a million other little things that are kind of invisible to the layperson, but over time build up to more and more expensive bill for either us to pay or our children. So, resourcing Public Works for that inherent demand obviously is important, but of course you have now imposed demand upon you from us, the commission, that's putting 5 commission goals now in your department. So resourcing you to carry out the demands that we have placed only seems fair. I know the city manager mentioned $500,000 in grants actively in the pipeline today. And as I said, we have no plan to stop applying for grants. And in fact, part of the goal of our whole planning process, comprehensive plan, Parks and Rec master plan, is to be at a stronger position to apply for more grants in the future. And so the demand for grant management, hopefully, if things go well and according to plan, is only going to increase. So setting ourselves up for success on the front end of that and onboarding somebody before it's a desperate straight seems
And I
prudent.
feel personally that the, the creation of the community development department, with Leslie and her staff, will work hand in hand with Public Works. They take some of the desk work and turn it into something actionable that Public Works can do. Whether it's, budget that's on hand this year, or it's grants that we have to apply for in the midterm for next year. The potential's there, and we're setting the city up for success to be able to accomplish it at every level and keep the flow, keep it going.
Now, we don't have quite as natural a break as we did in our previous workshops where we had different departments presenting, but if everyone's okay, we'll take a brief recess for a restroom break.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it ever considered that maybe Michael Pham could take on that role of engineering tech
I don't know that Michael has the
credentials?
credentials. I don't want to make it sound like he's not capable of doing it, but that's not what he's trained for. I'm looking for somebody that's specifically trained that they can take a set of drawings and look at road elevations and look at drainage issues and say, okay, this drainage is not going to work in this subdivision. This road is incorrect, and be able to bring that to our attention just based on, school learned math that, they've been trained on.
And it requires a full-time position.
Oh, yes,
Rather
and
than part.
there's more than full-time work for this person. You're talking about paving, you're talking about sidewalks, you're talking about transportation grants, you're talking about signalization grants. There's,
To that point, this is one of the FTE that is actually split. So half of it does come from stormwater. We envision a significant amount of work, capital work on stormwater.
Yeah.
To that point, Greg mentioned stormwater elevations. So stormwater is gonna be a big piece of what this person is gonna do.
Yeah.
And the other half is general fund, and it's broadly streets and all of the things and any other capital projects that are general fund or grant funded.
So it's 50-50 stormwater and general fund.
Yes,
our friends, Signal Mountain, they have this same type employee, and I spoke to him at a meeting 2 or 3 weeks ago, and he told me that they're looking to do some stormwater revamping in Signal Mountain, large scale. And so they've pulled him in. He doesn't work for their stormwater utility. He works for the Public Works Director, but the stormwater utility is utilizing him to develop a scope of work of what the city wants to do. And he's the slide rule and, but he can also, from what I understand, do some CAD work too.
Mhm.
And so they're utilizing him for an upcoming stormwater project, and that's our intention here. Be able to use it.
Probably one of the better describing differences is our planner really looks at, plans review. Is it in harmony with existing regulations? Are there trends? Are there new changes connecting sidewalk? And engineering tech actually looks at what size of a pipe is going to be required to carry water flow. It becomes very technical.
Mhm.
So that engineering background plays a key role. And I really foresee that person providing, professional recommendations on, categorizing and prioritizing projects. Is this one going to be a heavier lift while we have another heavy lift? So maybe we shift some things. So that expertise is something that we just don't have.
And considerably more affordable than hiring a PE.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And further, my understanding is that Michael Pham already has his plate full, carrying out our comprehensive plan, our Parks and Rec master plan, and all the planning commission. Yes, oh yeah, since we are taking over our own planning services from SETD, then his job, already full plate, is only getting fuller with this restructuring.
Not to mention when I walk in and say, "Michael, could you do that? He's asked for me," and he says, "Sure."
All right, not to say that we won't talk to you some more, Director Tate, but is everyone okay with taking a recess for a bathroom break and coming back?
Yes.
All right.
5 minutes, 5-ish.
Did we have any more questions for Greg regarding the Public Works Department?
Well, I do. To get fully staffed where we can run all the equipment that we do have, how many people would you need if we was just a hypothetical on this?
Can I ask, what equipment are we not using?
Well, one of them is the thermoplaster or stop bars on all of our streets and all that stuff. They could have a crew running over there doing that all summer long. Am I wrong?
Restriping?
Yeah, well, it's the stop bars.
For the stop
Stop bars,
Yeah.
stop.
At the stop sign, you have a bar on the middle of the road for the stop bar.
Oh.
Those are all thermoplastic and
Oh,
all that stuff. I'm not talking about striping the whole streets or
Okay.
anything, but
Let me bring some to your attention that you may not be aware of. Right now in the solid waste department, I've got a couple that are guys that are on workers' comp. They've been out for injuries. And so we have taken people out of the street department because garbage has to be picked up, whether we thermoplastic streets or not.
That's right.
Garbage has to be picked up. So I was down, I'm still gonna be down, at least one. We hired 2 new employees last week. And it's just, we're so minimally staffed that this time of year, all of our attention is going to park maintenance and cutting right of way and those things. So that leaves, and preparing the occasional file, that just leaves, machinery like that sitting, waiting for its opportunity.
sure.
Now, to go out and do thermoplastic, that's not just as easy as hiring another person or hiring 2 people, because you've also got traffic control that you've got to consider. So you're talking minimum 4 personnel that it would require to go. Now, I have a plan
Okay.
to get some of that done here, hopefully this summer. I've got baked in my budget a little temporary labor for the street department. It's not really going to affect us all that much budget wise. In fact, it's not even noticeable. But to bring in like a project return or total resource, bring in some temporary labor to help fill a crew to do exactly that.
Okay.
Because one of our goals this year, as far as the commission goal of beautification, is to do that type of work.
Okay.
Stop bars and some striping. We have a striping plan that I think I may have shared it with a couple of commissioners in person, but we have a striping plan to freshen up a lot of the streets, and stop bars is certainly one of them.
Well, and because my thoughts are, I see us mowing our right of ways and all that stuff. We block 2 lanes of traffic. Has anybody ever tried to? Is there anybody out there that can do it like we can do it? Or in other words, can we free up some things to hire in our right of way cut? I mean, as anybody, have we explored these options?
I looked into that. A local Red Bank business that was there at the time to cut the right of way along Dayton Boulevard. And back in 2016, it was like $120,000 price tag.
A year?
A year. I farmed it out, or I published it for quotes and got about 3 quotes, and $120,000 was the cheapest one that I got.
And that's just right of ways, or is that all mowing?
That was the
Well-
parks. That was the parks also.
Okay.
And those are $2016.
Those are 2016.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not saying we got to get out of the mowing totally, but there seems like there'd be some of these that we could, refurbish, for example, all right, I replaced mine out there in my front was always a grass, and it don't start growing till May. Right. It grows really thick. You can do a little weed control on it. It goes away in September. And it might be one of those things of long-term vision that, we don't have to block off a lane of traffic all week,
That's
twice a month.
That's an insurance requirement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
That,
Our friends at PEP.
yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of traffic control and things like that I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that right there too. The scope anyway. In other words, if we got the equipment and we can't use it, then what good is it? When we was looking at potholes on the property and there's a hot mix machine sitting right there 500 yards away, kind of makes me wonder. That tells me that we don't have enough people to do the stuff.
You didn't want to hire 3 more.
Yeah, well, that's what I was asking.
You wanna
That was
put them
my
back
original
in?
question. How many people would you need to fully staff?
it would be more than 3.
Okay,
You know, to meet all the demands, I couldn't give you an exact figure right now, but it would be more than 3.
okay.
The 2 positions that you had asked for, besides the engineering tech, what were those positions?
One was a foreman, an operations foreman. You know, the way we're structured right now, there's Ricky Reeves and James Allen, supervisors. And when I task them to do things like give me a guardrail inventory, well, as a supervisor, they've still got personnel requirements. You know, people get hurt on the job, takes them out of the office, you know, takes them off of what I've tasked them because personnel come first, no matter what. And so, you know, in years past, we had an operations foreman in the Public Works Department that could go out and could supervise or wrangle the crews out on the street, check the quality of their work, check up on them. While the supervisor could do, when I was a supervisor, I could do other things that the Public Works Director tasked me with. We moved Justin Hedrick to facilities manager last year. And I don't think anybody can disagree that he has had a tremendous impact. You know, when you go out, push the button on the door, and the door will open up so you don't have to open it yourself. Little things like that he's done all over this town. In addition to replacing water faucets, sink faucets, and flush valves and stuff that he does just out of habit.
Making the air conditioners not drown out our voices anymore.
Exactly. Things like that. These lights, you know, he had these lights changed out, and the city manager and I had a discussion about the quality of lights. He put exactly what we needed in here. You know, without me or the city manager having to stand over him and double check everything he does, he's just that good. But I had proposed a laborer for him. You know, he gets these big tasks, you know, putting heat and air systems in the boxing building, resurfacing the tennis courts, and then somewhere in the midst, he has to come to City Hall and replace the faucet. So I was looking for a laborer that could do the tedious work, and he could just delegate work orders to and let them do that type of work while he still works on our bigger projects. And that was one of the requests that I intended to present this year. And then, of course, the operations foreman and the engineering tech.
Those, sorry, my gut take is that those sound pretty reasonable. What was the rationale for striking those?
Cost.
Just cost.
Cost. You know, there's plenty of work for them to do, but, you know, with those 3 positions, you know, it was a big bump in the budget.
Can I borrow the mic for this? Thank you, Greg. And just to share, Commissioner and Commission, the thinking there was if you look at the gains we made when we dedicated Justin Hedrick to facility manager, they were just probably 2 orders of magnitude in terms of the backlog of big things, re-roofing the restrooms at our parks, stuff that, you know, really you can't just wake up one morning and start on the project. These are long lead times with procurement and contracts and budgets and showing up, meeting vendors and stuff. So the question is, do we want more of that? And was it worth an FTE to double down on what Justin's already able to do? And my sense was, you know, having to make the tough call, it wasn't. That the pressure on us to get that work done could wait for Justin to do it at the speed that he can do it as one person.
Yeah.
If the lights were blinking in this room, do we need it today or would it be okay next week? And so that kind of macro analysis led me to conclude that we didn't need to ask the commission for an additional FTE to do basically more of what Justin's able to do. But if you look at other areas of service delivery, the deficiency is vastly greater with respect to the need and the urgency. So that's kind of where we were strategic. We would have better facilities and things would pop more and be faster accomplished if we had more resources in Justin's area of service delivery. There's no doubt about it. But vis-a-vis all the other pressures on public works, I didn't think that was as great of a demand as what we face elsewhere. Similarly in community development. Just to speak to that second FTE, because it's really still at this moment in Greg's purview as public works. If you look at that body of work, why we're asking for an office manager, we have all these plans in flight, a comprehensive plan, a stormwater asset management plan, a park and rec master plan, sign inventory, striping inventory, pavement inventory, sidewalk inventory. all these data is gonna require curating, administratively curating over the life of these plans, and you just can't give it to the director and say, take care of it.
Mm.
That there has to be administrative support behind that to receive all that, and in some cases, share it publicly. A lot of this work is gonna be provided to Hamilton County for posting on their GS website. Some of it will be through iWork and our own website, but there is just a considerable amount of administration behind the care and feeding of these plans over the life of the plan. And that's the thinking behind the office manager. And also, we have significantly expanded our citizen advisory boards. And it turns out they really require a good bit of staff investment to maximize the potential of those citizen advisory boards. Probably the best example of a new citizen advisory board that's hitting it out of the park is the Cemetery Citizen Advisory Board. And one of the reasons for their success is there's a lot of staff support to that. And it's in fact Justin Hedrick. He's doing procurement, he's meeting them at their work parties and providing gloves and clippers, and we're ordering sandwiches and providing water. And we're doing all the things that staff should be doing, so that when that group of volunteers shows up, every second of their time is just literally getting it done. So what we have learned is there's a lot of staff support that has to be in place so that these citizen advisory boards can really succeed. And if you look at all the other ones that are high, very succeeding, Planning Commission, tremendous amount of staff behind support. City Commission, tremendous amount of staff support behind the City Commission. And you go right down the list. So two of the ones that aren't really quite there yet is the nonprofit and the
Public art.
public arts. And there just hasn't been any staff support for that. So we're gonna move those into the community development with the expertise of Leslie and the administrative support of Beth. And I think that will be the staff support that will be necessary to help that citizen advisory panel thrive. That it just hasn't been able to get when it's stuck at the city manager and city recorder level. We just simply don't have the bandwidth. So that's some of the thinking behind those two specific asks. To your point, Commissioner Phillips, about the laborers, really, the people who are gonna operate the thermoplastic machine, the people who are
Crack sealer,
cut the grass at the right of way. So we've had this debate, where should we be asking for additional resourcing? And it's kind of similar to the Justin Hedrick and facility manager debate. How fast do you want it? And what is the urgency for it right now today? A lot of the work that presents, that could be done at the technician level in public works, at the laborer 1, laborer 2 level, it is work that we're not under tremendous pressure from the commission or really anybody to do today. And so we have, in similar thinking with Justin Hedrick, where we can get to it next week, or as we can, sort of apply that logic to that body of work as well. There's one exception, and that is stormwater, and that's because there's a commission goal around stormwater. And so we've significantly increased our staffing in stormwater, and I think you can see the results. Our stormwater system is going from a forgotten diaspora of pieces and parts to a functioning stormwater system, and it will be maintained at that new level of excellence. And so the commission goals really force us into, and not just the commission goals, the demands of the city. I think the commission is spot on. This commission and the previous 3 sets now of commission goals have very accurately represented what we experience as staff. By people coming in, people talking to us, the phone ringing. There's an alignment between what the commission is telling us we should do and what we're experiencing as staff responding to the public. There is a demand for multimodal improvements on the transportation network, hence the focus on planning and community development. It's gonna take a generation to transform Dayton Boulevard from a former state route to the Dayton Boulevard that the community is gonna need in the next 10 or 20 years. And you go right down our goals. They're all very strategic, and they require staff who can handle the contemplative planning, procuring, designing, concept development, all those squishy things. That's really where the work is right now. And that's kind of forms the nature of our staff requests.
And beautification is one of our goals in there too. So that, I mean, and that boils down to somebody's got to have boots on the ground, not in an office cubicle. No offense, sir. You know.
To that point, that is where Greg is really making his investment with staff. You'll see in the budget is we're replacing mangled up guardrails. There's nothing that destroys beautification more than a mangled up rusted guardrail that's been there for a decade. And that's it. Public Works, owning the public infrastructure at a higher level of excellence is a huge part. It's a down payment, certainly, if not more than half of our beautification goals. It's stop arms that pop. It's signs that meet reflectivity. It's sweeping the streets. It's replacing guardrails on demand when they need to be replaced, not a generation later after they've been rusted for years. And that is the condition of some of our guardrails right now. As you come in through the tunnel, first thing you see at Red Bank is a bunch of bent up guardrails. Not for much longer if this budget passes. And so the thinking behind the staff request is kind of informed by all this. What do we have to do now? Where's the pressure now? Versus what can we get to as we can? And Greg mentioned Project Return, and as you know, that's a very special altruistic benefit there of people who are coming out of prison and need a shot at the job market. So we're aligning a certain amount of our work that would be compatible with that particular resource. And so there's an additional benefit when we use them as well.
Also, too, you just reminded me that Alicia presented with the courts that they're going to reinstate the community service program through the courts, which I think is awesome from the standpoint of, alternative sentencing, allowing people to, be able to work, clean up, pick up trash and things like that in our community to help beautify our community. And when they are unable to maybe pay all of their fines or something like that, they're working instead for us. I did want to ask about that really quick though, just not to totally deviate, but is for the community service, is it only going to be trash pickup? Is that all they'll be doing, or
That's
that
really
pretty
all,
much it?
that's really all that we can allow them to do.
Okay, that's kind of
From
what
an
I was
insurance
thinking.
perspective.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But
Let them
there's
drive
a
the
lot of-
thermoplastic truck. Can't let them drive the thermoplastic
You don't want to do that.
No,
Maybe it's
Yeah,
street
you know,
sweeper then.
no. You don't want to do that.
but not, just to the point of expanding opportunities for, with working with Project Return, working with the folks who are coming through our court system, helping them give back.
Project Return's actually starting Monday.
That's
Hopefully for a couple of weeks. I'm primarily bringing them in to get the cemetery ready.
Mhm.
Finish what Public Works hasn't been able to do, and the Cemetery Advisory Board hasn't been able to do. There's a little bit of work left. They're gonna bring a supervised team in. So I won't have to assign someone to go up there. Justin will probably take them up there and show them what needs to be done and turn their supervisor loose and let them get the work done. It's not gonna, we're gonna pay for the service, but we budgeted money for relief collection, and they really didn't perform for us because that was more of an individual basis. So that money's still there in the budget. So we're going to utilize that to make up the shortfall of the street department labor having to do leaf collection. And so Project Return will be here probably the next couple of weeks, and maybe beyond.
You're gonna try a new model with them, with the supervised
ma'am.
teams.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have another question for Mr. Granum. You spoke at length about the reasoning behind striking the additional laborer for our facilities manager. Could you also speak, or maybe you already did, about the reasoning behind striking the operations foreman position, or is that similar?
It's similar. It was a tough call. I really think that Public Works needs that more boots on the ground leadership. We stretch our supervisors in a lot of ways, and I'm talking particularly about Ricky and JB. If you go way back in the day, there were more supervisory positions in Public Works. I'm talking like a generation ago, where each of these separate divisions had supervisors assigned, and over the years, those all got stripped away, and you wound up with one supervisor and a vast amount of labor
Supervisees.
across multiple business lines. And so here lately, we've been slowly restoring that as we felt necessary. The first one was restoring the supervisor on the sanitation business line. And that has paid off in dividends in terms of service delivery. When things get bumped and knocked over, we can send a supervisor right away to get fixed. And that's just kind of the nature of the beast when you're driving big trucks around through neighborhoods. Just as an example. And so we have this body of work that is not really doing the work, it's planning the work and resourcing against the work. And that's very difficult to do with the level when we stretch Ricky so thin. He's got all these people in the do it, get it done mode. So that was the discussion about the foreman, but the budget just simply wasn't there. And it was in that calculus, can we continue to stretch Ricky and just do what we can when we can with Ricky without adding an extra level of leadership in there? I think this situation warrants it, but we just simply couldn't afford it.
He is looking to retire next year, right?
That's what he says.
Ricky does a fantastic job, but he is the person who's, directing the crew that's running the thermoplastic machine and stormwater
Mhm.
and thinking through all the signage that we're replacing and the reflectivity and trying to also partner up with us on the capital round. This is with the engineering tech. I'm kind of rambling here, but the engineering tech is the one size fit all solution for all these gaps that present across different levels, vertically and horizontally. That person will be able to help Ricky on small projects that need to get done. That person will be able to talk to community development on the planning and concept development and also the grant, sourcing grants. That person will be able to work with our stormwater team. And so that one person, I think, offered the potential to take the pressure off of all these other pinch points across all the business lines that are housed within Public Works better than adding one dedicated to Justin or adding one dedicated to backing up Ricky.
If one had to choose.
If one had to choose, I felt that that was the one investment that would probably help us in a lot of areas.
Mr. Tate, do you feel like having an operations foreman would help in any way with utilizing our striping machine? From a logistics standpoint, or?
I would, yes, I believe it would. I wouldn't say it would be 100% solution, but I would say it would because, that's the kind of work a foreman would do. He would take a crew out and participate in that work, but also be responsible for the crew that's out there doing the work.
Mm-hmm.
It would be one body with some supervisory responsibility and with, a plan that they're out to accomplish. So yes, I think it would help.
Commissioner Phillips, are you wanting to discuss potentially adding it back in a position like
No,
that?
I was just asking, my question was, how many would he need to staff, right?
Let me offer this up there too, if I could, while we're talking about this. It was also going to be one of the split positions. It was going to be split between stormwater and the street department. So it wouldn't be 100% general fund. Now, in doing so, we'll probably have to go and make some concessions in stormwater to keep it from, becoming a deficit. But, it would be $27,000 additional cost to each fund.
To general fund, 27 to general fund, 27 to
Before
stormwater.
allowances, benefits and allowances.
But we don't necessarily have that overhead in the stormwater fund this year for that position.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
But I was not asking to add an additional employee. I was just asking
In the
what we
hypothetical.
would need. Well, it seems to me, and maybe I'm just all wrong, but when I stuck to my my core competencies, whatever those are in your public works department, it seemed like my business done a lot better because I was doing the things that I knew how to do. And my point is if we don't have the people and the manpower to do these things, that we don't need to waste money on buying things that we can't staff, and this would be one of those things that we don't stripe streets, right? We don't, and there's other people who, in my business, there's people who done pressure washing a lot better than I do. If they do pothole repairs better than we do, we pay the premium and you do that. You also don't have to maintain your equipment. You don't have the mechanic sitting over there working on a piece of equipment that's not been used in 2 years because we didn't have the staff to do it. And now he's working on it to get it ready and the crew's sitting there waiting to go. I've been there. And I think that if we could stick to our core competencies in public works, if it's mowing, if we do that, great, fine. If that's a core competency, great. If it is not, we need to outsource it. You pay the premium when you do it, and then you don't have it sitting on your yard, having to store it, having to keep it up. That's my point.
Or alternately, you staff sufficiently so
Yeah.
all the equipment is being
So
used.
we're staffed to the equipment we have, and if it's not in our core competencies, we ship it off. And to me, that's when my business exploded, was when I started quit trying to do everything. If we're great at trash collection, good. Yeah, we'll do trash collection. What are our core competencies? And do those.
We absolutely take that sentiment to heart. There are a lot of things that we don't get into because we don't do well. For example, we don't provide custodial service. We hire that out.
Right.
And I could go down a long list of things that we don't do because we don't do enough to generate, or we're not really good in that space. So we have that consideration. But there is a third factor that I would offer up, and that is if we don't do it and the market won't do it, then it doesn't get done.
Mhm.
And so some of these things that we do at a lower level of competency in public works fall into that category, because if we don't do it by some way, shape, or form ourselves, it won't get done. So there is a premium. I like your word there, premium. And I think some of these pieces of equipment that we use less frequently fall into that category,
Mhm.
where if we don't have the equipment, there's really no way to get it done, even though we don't use the equipment as often as or efficiently as if that were our only game in town, day in and day out. But it is there because we've needed it. But your point is exceptionally well taken. You could apply that analysis to the street sweeper, for example.
Sure.
With major capital investment. We found that the market wasn't providing street sweeping it wasn't adequate. We got a
Should have
bargain
done it
price.
5 years ago.
We did get a bargain price, but
That's your calling when
the
you.
work
when you
just
do
wasn't
business.
adequate. And so we repositioned Public Works to be in the street sweeping business to achieve an outcome that we needed. So that thinking is always present with us, and I appreciate you holding us accountable for the thermoplastic machine.
Well, I mean, I'm using that as an example. It is not just a thing, and thermoplastic machine, they're pretty resilient, okay? But there's a lot of other stuff that, if it's got tires, wheels, you're gonna have trouble, and it's and we got also very limited on our repair and maintenance guys. He's got how many pieces of equipment? 100. Yeah. That he's got to keep rolling with 2 people, and they're just that you can only spread that jelly so thin over that piece of toast, and
Director Tate, would you please take a note to invite Commissioner when next time you use the thermoplastic?
I will do
Right
that.
along.
Previous administrations, have bought some of that equipment with the hope of starting a program, thermoplastic or, crack
crack
sealing.
ceiling.
And then, just the seasons change and then the work requirements change. But what we have done, it's not so noticeable in the street department, but in facilities management. The thing used to be if the fire department had a leaky faucet, they just had to call the plumber themselves, or they had to wait 3 weeks for somebody from Public Works to go down and take care of it. And now I've given Justin the liberty, if it's, a 10-minute fix and he fixes it himself, he does it. If not, he calls a plumber. He calls a professional that does that kind of work and sends, a plumber over there and takes care of it. And that's the way he's been able to get things done. Randy Bell, same thing. We were getting a backlog of vehicles. Some were taking longer to repair than others. And, I told him, I said, Randy, there's companies out there that fix these things. We can either park a garbage truck for 3 weeks, or we can send it to Lee Smith and have it back in 4 days. And, the thing comes up, well, it costs a lot more money. Well, how much money is it costing for that truck to sit there? And then we're having to pay overtime for a makeup day. It washes out. So we have taken to doing some of the things that you're describing. Yeah, we just haven't got down to the crack sealer and the thermal.
Yeah. Well,
It's good. It's good.
all right.
With our pavement condition index and the restriping plan.
Well, and hopefully you'll see some stop bars pop up here in the next 2 to 3 months.
You sure you don't want that for me?
Huh?
You sure you don't
Literally
want that
pop.
for me?
So what's it pay? Might be looking for a job here a little bit.
Director Tate, what were the qualifications?
There are no qualifications.
I'm good at no qualifications. That's how I got this job.
The contract labor you described, you said you were planning on utilizing Project Return to fill in for the street department. Is that coming out of State Street Aid or general fund? Do you recall?
This first go around will actually, it will be coming out of general fund.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, there's certain things like, clearing a cemetery, you can't use State Street Aid for.
Well,
But,
did you,
but
go ahead.
with thermoplastic, possibly.
Okay, so not the one that you currently have planned is for the cemetery. You have not yet, you're conceptualizing but haven't scheduled potentially using Project Return for thermoplastic.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes.
you're gonna see how the cemetery goes first, maybe.
We'll see how the cemetery goes, and then, of course, budget approved.
Okay, and if it goes well, if you do decide to do that, that could be budgeted into State Street Aid, the thermoplastic
Thermoplastic, yes, sir.
crew, contract labor.
Right.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions for Director Tate and the Public Works Department? Okay, thank you very much, Director Tate. All right, so we've heard from the police department, the Public Works Department. Might as well give the fire department an opportunity. Okay, Leslie,
Pizza department.
do we want to hear from the Office of Community Development as well? Or we can do you next. All right, Chief Seiler, thank you for coming up. Commissioner Fairbanks Harvey, you mentioned cost increases in the fire department. Could you do you have those at your fingertips?
Oh, let's see. I had listed 109,581. As I read it.
From
Oh.
FY 24 to 25?
Yes.
And so, see the fire department, what page is your budget, Chief?
10.
10.
So
10?
that, what she's seeing is the numbers from the estimated actual for FY 24 and the budget presented for FY 25. So those numbers are not probably correct. I've got a new set of numbers to give to Jennifer to replace these numbers. These numbers are on the projected are a little low, so these numbers will come up.
Okay, that's right, because when you presented, you had the
Yes.
projected, not the actual.
Yes, so
Okay.
the
And
projected numbers,
of
this
the
is a
one-
projected set of numbers. This is not the actual budget that we received.
Okay, so that's what you
That's
presented.
why I'm showing a large sum.
Okay,
The actual budget between the fire department budget in 2024 and 2025 is a $5,000 difference.
Okay.
The overall actual budget is $5,000. Because we lost, and we have to factor in, we had to move some facilities maintenance reoccurring items. So when you factor those in, add back the COLA, the increases in 911, we're actually at $5,000 over last year's request of $1.932 million.
And that's similar to Commissioner Phillips. It's okay. This is moving out.
Yeah.
This is staying, and thank you.
You're welcome.
so you said the 5,000 increase is after you take out the COLA, the 3%
You
COLA,
when you take out the
and the 9.
utilities for the fire stations and the reoccurring cost in building maintenance that moved over to facilities maintenance is $32,500. So that I still have to count that
Mhm.
as an item, but I don't. And when you look at that and take that out and then add back our COLAs, the cost of living increase, the retirement, and we also have nobody's mentioned that the retirement from TCRS increased at the same time. So that went up. And then now, of course, we know our 911 fees went up. When all that goes up, I'm actually about $5,000 over last year's budget with removing the facilities parts.
Right, all the utilities.
Yes, because we're moving the utilities. We're only asking for about $5,000 more than we actually are receiving this year.
And do you happen to recall or have handy where that $5,000 is?
Well,
Is
there's
it
$4,000 for
hose? Hose, new hose?
Well, there's $25,000 in hose, but the smallest expenditure for that would be the $4,000 shed type garage structure to build Station 2 behind in the training room.
Shade training
Shade-
structure.
Give us an outdoor classroom in the shade while we're outside training, to keep from having to drag wear that dirty turnout gear back into the fire station, to go back into the classroom. It also gives us a place to get out of the sun while the sun's beating down on us while we're training. It gives you shade to sit outside and rest and relax while you're training, because it does get hot wearing turnout gear in the sun.
Which line is that,
It's
please?
in the 940, it would be in machinery and equipment.
Oh, okay.
That's the biggest increase of the $5,000 is that. The rest of it's, the other machinery and equipment is, stuff that's reached its end of life that we have to replace, fire hose and our life safety rope.
All right. Do we have any questions for the fire chief?
I do not.
Ian, do you mind if I add some commentary?
Please, go ahead.
I appreciate the commission letting me share what's on my mind. Going back to police, at 28 FTE, they're there for the foreseeable future. Going back to the conversations, we had a very rich conversation about the ask currently and all other aspects of need for public works. And I'd like to continue that thinking to fire. So the current budget, which is to say the current year, which is the last budget process, the commission added a 5th firefighter with a part-time. So we have 15 full-time personnel in the fire department, and everybody in addition to that is part-time. And what that translates into is when the alarm goes off at night, you have 5 firefighters responding, 3 in one station, 2 in the other. Of those 5 firefighters, 4 of them are full-time and 1 of them is part-time. The reliability of filling that part-time shift is not as high as filling the full-time shift. We always have the 4 full-time firefighter shifts filled. Something less than 100% of the time is the actual 5th firefighter present on duty at night. We're working internally to up that reliability, but the commission, the goal is to have firefighters responding at night. But what is the real requirement? So the chief has, in the last 2 budget cycles, really done a lot to inform the commission and the community about the nature of fire itself. You go back a generation, it was natural fibers, and they burn slower. The nature of fire has changed. We have synthetics that are more flammable, and we have lighter density materials which burn hotter and quicker. So the nature of fire is changing, but the population and density of Red Bank has also held constant for about the last generation. We're about 12,000. So my thinking, just to provide some strategic perspective for the commission, is in the next decade, I think the density will fundamentally change for Red Bank. I think we're having about 500 houses or so, 500 dwelling units, in some stage of planning and come online. Those are going to generate a couple of thousand more people. The density of the housing is going to change. We're going to have high-rise residential structures in Red Bank that we don't have right now. We have high-rise structures, and I'm talking about Erlanger, but they're sprinkled and they're not, really high density, and they're very safe. But we're going to come along with
Just briefly to interject, the new ones will also be sprinkled.
yes, they will be, but they'll be residential and high
Yes.
density. And we will need to get people, we will need to attack a fire aggressively and get people out of the building at the same time. So I'm talking about the 210 apartments on Dayton Boulevard and the 48-unit condo on the south end, just as an example. So where I'm going with this whole thing is I think vis-a-vis the requirement, future commissions will have to ask themselves, what is the appropriate level of staffing? When the alarm goes off, how many firefighters do we need there on the first alarm? And I don't think the number is 5, but I don't think the developed Red Bank is quite there yet to say we need 6, 7, 8. I'm thinking future budgets will have to, the chief will have to advise future commissions on filling and providing additional firefighters, and not with a part-time level of reliability, but with a full-time paid staff. So where the chief and I had the conversation is, he really wanted to start that conversation this budget cycle. Let's fill that 5th firefighter with a full-time paid firefighter position and bump that part-time firefighter up to a 6th firefighter. And we went back and forth, and we decided now is not the year to do that. My thinking is that we should let the built environment begin to change, let the population begin to grow, let our tax base begin to grow. As these houses come online, we will have additional property tax revenue, so the demand for fire service will rise, revenue support will rise. So in the midterm, I would say, which is in my mind's eye somewhere around 3 to 5 years, it would be better for that commission to have the conversation with the chief about adding firefighters with a permanent staff. Chief really would like to ask you for it now, and he has. As a matter of fact, he's provided position papers, and in his previous workshop, he made the case. But it isn't in this budget ask for the reasons I just said. I think it's better when we begin to see these residential units actually get occupied and the property tax revenues are there. So I hope that helps provide some strategic context for the growth. And again, going back, I think police is there, public works is still growing, and fire is growing, but not this year.
Well, thank you, city manager. It's your difficult position to have to balance all the competing needs of the city versus, you know, the revenues that are our reality. But I think you make a good point. And, you know, ideally with 1,000 new residents, we would have additional property tax revenue. I believe the Save-A-Lot property, the estimations of the property tax revenue from that single lot are going to be 10 times what we are seeing for that same lot currently after the project is complete. And that's to say nothing of the per capita allowances that we get from the state and the additional sales tax revenue from our Red Bank businesses having that many more customers, assuming that the county is not successful in leaching those sales from the state. So I just, my hope is that the additional population of Red Bank is going to naturally support needed growth in the fire department, for sure. But for today, it looks like to me that this budget that's been presented to us at this meeting here today, the fire department is not appreciably contributing to that general fund deficit that we've been discussing. Any other go?
But personnel did go up 67,000
It's the COLA, right?
with COLA
There's a
and
COLA.
salaries.
Holiday.
The new holiday. Yes, ma'am.
Holiday.
And and I'm gonna
Retirement.
get Jennifer a new set of numbers to go in there, and it'll show about a $40,000 increase, which is all of that.
All right. Any other questions for our fire chief? Thank you very much, Chief Seiler. We appreciate your time. Okay.
Just
Go ahead,
really
Vice Mayor.
quick to Chief Seiler's point about the retirement, that went up in every department
Right.
as well, right?
Yes.
So that's somewhere we're seeing our salaries going up across the board in addition to our COLA is then the TCRS and the holiday pay for the holiday we added
Great.
across the board. Although my understanding is that fire and police, that holiday is more than other departments because they're 24-hour coverage. Is that accurate?
Yes, the reason it's more in police and fire is they actually have the staff on the holiday,
Mhm.
whereas the rest of the city
Is
takes the
off.
holiday.
Right.
Yeah, that's really the difference there.
Excuse me. I did have a question.
Okay,
Ma'am?
With the, pardon me,
go ahead, please.
with the new position or possibly an increase with the fire captain that was advertised in the paper.
Oh, it's to replace the one that resigned.
So there wasn't anybody internal that could move into that role or
We
is
took
it?
applications internal and external. It's a process between internal and external.
Okay,
That's a,
So it's not a new position. It's an already budgeted position.
Okay.
We're just filling it using internal and external both at the
Cool.
same time.
what's the status of the,
They are in their wait. Now, you have to, the process is there's a test and you've got to give them 90 days to study for this test. For a promotion test, it's a promotional exam. And so they're in their 90-day wait for the promotional exam.
3 months?
3 months.
Okay,
They say give them 70 to 90 days and we chose because of where not 70 days was landing, with the holidays and things in July, that we chose the 90-day window. So we're into that period where we're waiting on the 90-day window.
right, thank you.
You're welcome.
we have 15, 2024 employees, 15, 2025 employees, full-time. And it's pretty standard practice across the city that we generally advertise openings externally in addition to taking internal applicants.
Yes, it is. Occasionally, we have an internal only recruitment. But for this position, the decision was made to allow external applicants to apply as well. So internal, of course, can apply, but this one will allow external applicants to apply.
Okay.
I wanted to mention TCRS. I didn't want to, I wanted to explain what that is in case anybody is not sure. That is the Tennessee Consolidated Retirement System. And that is the provider for our retirement and most public entity employers in the state. And I want to give them a shout out. They're platinum. They're solvent. A lot of state retirement systems aren't. Tennessee is solvent, so when they say they're going to give you a retirement, they have the money in the bank to do it, and so that's really good. Their rates did change slightly. The current year, their rate is 14.33% of our personnel costs, and it's going up to 14.48. So it's a 0.15% increase in the rate, and that's just an overhead on our salaries. Our burden on what the employee gets is around 25%. Is a pretty accurate rule of thumb for what it really costs the city to have an employee, 25% more than their actual wages.
Well, while we have you up there, Mr. Granum, we've been over now fire, police, and public works. Does anybody have any questions for administration, city hall portion of the budget? Giving everybody an opportunity.
I'm not actually sure where this would fall, but I did want to just bring back up the conversation we had about the library cards.
Oh,
I don't know that that's been even, estimated in here. We just talked about, since we weren't going to pursue like a recurring expense for a library right now, maybe doing like a pilot program like we talked about, the mayor and I brought up in 2021, to purchase 100 library cards or whatever, which would be $5,000. And then just see what the demand is for those from our residents. So I did want to just bring that up. I'm not sure where that would come out of the budget.
Well, I would put it in community development.
Okay.
And I would ask the new community development department to stand that program up.
Okay.
And I don't believe I asked the deputy director of public works to factor that in, but I have given it some thought.
Okay.
And I might offer up the idea that we budgeted an amount, say $5,000, and then solicited matching donations from the community. And when we got that match, then we would begin to issue. And then if we run out, we would kind of know where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
And we could make the case that this is truly a community supported effort.
Mm-hmm.
If the commission's interested in that, that's just kind of what I've been thinking.
I think actually you're saying that, and I think I actually had a resident talk to me about that, who owns a business here.
Someone came up and spoke about that.
Miss Abercrombie, I believe.
And I think the reason is the city of Chattanooga ran a similar program.
Okay.
The way it was is the $50 comes from Chattanooga.
Mhm.
If you're not a resident of Chattanooga, you pay $50 and your family can use it for a year.
That's
And so another jurisdiction, not Red Bank, that isn't served by Chattanooga, a philanthropist came forward and said, I'll donate. And I think somehow there was a match there as well. And I really haven't had the opportunity to flesh that out, but that's kind of where the idea came from, is that a donor would incentivize members of that jurisdiction to come get a free pass and then go use the Chattanooga Library. So I was thinking, I think we're all kind of has the same genesis, and I was thinking that we would find that philanthropist and have a conversation with her. I think it's a lady who's very generous in another community.
Okay.
Maybe she would sponsor us. Maybe she would tell us how the program worked, and we could ask our own community. And I have some idea that there are members of this community who would donate if the city provided some seed money and a program that made sense. I think we could probably raise the money to try it out as a trial. But I want to know what Deputy Director of Public Works thinks about all this.
Well, I guess we can,
It's achievable if it's the desire.
okay. I mean, we can talk about it with her maybe in a few minutes if
Sure.
you want to wait.
Yeah.
And I'll
But
let
the
you
answer
talk
is
Add
no,
that to the
5,000
list.
at the moment is not in here.
is not in here. Okay, thank you.
If I could, Mayor, I'll do my best to represent Director Perry. The very back page of this memorandum is her note, and it speaks to creating a department within City Hall. And I just wanted to give voice to the different hats. In my experience in the Air Force and in the two other counties I work for, there was always a conversation about the internal services. They weren't public-facing service providers. They were internal service providers, functions like payroll and HR. And so in my Air Force and county experience, there was an aspect of the organization that provided this support service. In the Air Force, it was called the Combat Support Group, and it had all the usual support providers. It had communications and fleet and supply and facilities and IT and all that. That was the Combat Support Group within the Air Force. And you had the operators, whether it was missileers or pilots, and you had the maintainers. And then you had the Combat Support Group. Those were the three big groups in an Air Force base. The people that basically took care of the base and all the internal support, the service delivery providers or the warfighters, and then the maintainers of those weapon systems. Counties are the same way. They have an internal support. In the previous two counties I worked for, I was, as the facility manager, I was part of the internal support arm, and my colleagues were IT and supply and fleet and HR and all those internal service providers. And similarly, in those counties, we were grouped into a Department of County Assets, is what it was called in one case. And so really what we're doing here is a very similar thing. We're taking all those internal service functions and aligning them under one director. And so I'll list off all the hats that Tracy wears in that one director hat.
You have time?
I made a list. She is the city recorder, and that is a statutorily required position. So we will never stop calling her the city recorder, but she's much more than that. She is the director of administration. And so in that administrative role, she's the top administrator in terms of record keeping for all of the city, whether it's in police or fire or any aspect of public works. The official, if you have a records requests come in, they come into Tracy, she brokers it. And she is ultimately responsible for all of the official records of the city in her city recorder and director of administration hat. She is dual hat as HR, and that's why she's not with us tonight. She's at an HR training conference. And so she wears that HR hat and is credentialed as an HR professional. She is training and development, and in that capacity, she manages the budget line for continuing education and training. In this budget proposal, she is the supervisor of the chief financial officer, because the finance is just another internal service provider. So the finance, in fact, she's been key in interfacing with Jennifer in the build of this budget, and really Tracy is the John Alexander of this budget. She's well supported by Jennifer and Ruthie and gets harangued by me, but really Tracy is the John Alexander 2.0 in this moment in time. And under the finance is the auditor function, so that all rolls up under Tracy. She is responsible for outreach and community engagement, and that is our superstar, Summer, who's with us tonight in her assistant city recorder capacity, but that is the function that's running our webpage and our social media and our newsletter and a host of other engagement. That all falls under Tracy. Tracy is our insurance. In that capacity, she manages our liability insurance, our cyber insurance, all of our benefits, medical and dental, and the workers' comp program. That is all Tracy. Risk management. Certain cities, certain organizations, like the county I left, had a risk management department with 5 staff in it, but they had huge exposure. They ran a jail and they were responsible for 900 miles of roads. So they had a lot of risk. They had a risk management department. In Red Bank, it's an additional duty for Tracy. But it's its own area of endeavor. It has its own series of conferences around the state, its own issues that present in the risk management capacity, and those all land on Tracy's desk and nobody else. Safety is typically a component of risk management. We have a thriving safety committee, and our deputy fire chief really heads that up. But Tracy is the city hall representative of that committee and also partners with Eddie in actually administering our citywide safety committee, and they do a very good job. Tracy is also our top purchasing and procurement official. We are very decentralized as a city. The departments are empowered to do a lot of that, but at the end of the day, Tracy's responsible to make sure it's all done correctly in accordance with the statutes. And that is yet another hat she wears. There are 4 other items that I've listed here as an internal support function that are, 3 of them actually still reside within Red Bank, within Public Works. That is fleet. That is typically an internal support, but Greg and his team manage that exceptionally well. Facilities is another internal support that remains housed in Public Works. And IT is an internal support that at the moment is housed within, it's budgeted within City Hall, but in fact, the supervisor for our IT manager is the CIO, Chief of Police Dan Seymour. So in a very Red Bank, small city way, we have found ways to get the work done that are unique to us. The last thing I'll mention as a responsibility for Tracy is interacting with our city attorney. And in theory, I manage that contract, and I do. But in fact, the person who interfaces with Arnold most is Tracy every day. So she carries a huge burden, really through our purchasing, risk, insurance, and administrative city recorder hats. Those functions that she wears puts her in contact with the attorney really every day. So I just wanted to to highlight to you all the things that Tracy does and the rationale for consolidating that all underneath her. So the 6 people that are budgeted.
If I may, just really quick, my understanding is previous city reporters have worn a lot of these hats as well, just were not recognized or paid for them.
They wore another hat, city manager too. And I don't think they were recognized for that.
Thank you.
Tracy is standing on the shoulder of a giant who's with us in the room right here. And so we're grateful, but yes. Tracy is emerging as an executive leader, at my level of the organization. She's got her finger on the pulse of everything that's going on. In our charter, it calls for an assistant city manager, but we're not going down that route. We're really empowering Tracy to be an equal with the other major department directors and calling her the director of administration. And then all these internal support functions fall under her, with the exceptions of those last ones I mentioned. IT remains with the CIO, fleet and facilities remain with Public Works, and the city attorney remains somewhat with me, but in fact, still with Tracy. So with that in mind, that's really the genesis for restructuring City Hall. And I was saying there's 6 FTE that are budgeted for in City Hall. 4 of them, maybe 5, will actually work for Tracy. It's the 4 is Tracy, Summer, Stacy, our IT, and April Sledge, our payroll clerk. And the 5th that really in fact works for Tracy is the city manager. So Tracy's got her hands full.
If she quits, you go too, kind of thing. Hold on, don't leave yet.
Yes.
I'll go with you.
As you can see, I'm struggling without her tonight. But I did want to touch on also life insurance, and just really explain that one. And in my Q&A, I speak to that. And I apologize, I just did give it to you, so there's no expectation anybody would have read it, but I did provide an explanation of our life insurance. It's on page 16, which is the last page. The value of benefits offered is measured in their ability to meet the needs of employees when utilized. This past year, we experienced loss, and the life insurance benefits were not adequate for those impacted. Therefore, we undertook to reevaluate our life insurance benefits and received several quotes. Upon review, we identified the most cost-effective and beneficial life insurance to offer our employees. It increases guaranteed coverage for employees from $50,000 to $75,000. Increases coverage for spouses from $5,000 to $25,000, and increases coverage for children from $2,500 to $10,000. All of that is in an additional cost of $3,300. So I wanted to give voice to those life insurance. There was some conversation about it last time, and it fits squarely in the employer of choice realm of approach to being an employer.
All right. Well, looking at any more questions for city manager? You have any more?
No, I would like to hear from Ms. Waycaster before we leave today regarding what we're talking about, numbers. Since she's been involved with our finances, if she wouldn't mind.
Do you have a more specific question for Ms. Waycaster? Ms. Waycaster, do you have any general thoughts you'd like to share about the budget?
I know that I'm new here.
Please come to the podium if you don't mind.
I don't know, just get a sense of, since Mr. Alexander's not with us and she's been a part of our city.
Where I want to start. I guess I would first say that I do present things different than John. I've worked with John many years. I know him. He's a great guy. He does great work. I will say that you have everything sugar-coated to you. And I believe that all these needs really are needs. And I believe that they do meet your goals. And I think it will move your city forward. And I'm not saying you need to cut anything. I just want to provide a bigger picture view that maybe gives you a better understanding, like for, long-term achievement to help your city. So the numbers that I presented for the budget, I know you mentioned earlier at the beginning of the meeting that in several years past, John would under budget things, so it looked in the budget like you were going to get a loss, and then surprise you didn't. You're going to have a loss next year. I budget everything. I put all of the loan proceeds and the grant revenues in there so that you're not going to have those surprise revenues coming in that are like, in the middle of the year. I would like to point out, I have 3 points of contention really, just with the general view. In the last 5 years, you've taken out $3.1 million in debt over the last 5 years. You plan to take out $655,000 next month. It's on the agenda for the next board meeting that was supposed to be budgeted for this year to be taken out, but it hadn't been done yet. You plan to take out $373,000 next year, and then it was mentioned that the street department would need paving in 2026 budget. That's another loan. I just find that concerning. It's a lot of debt.
We would be applying for grants for paving, right? Usually, isn't it through TDOT?
It depends on what's out there and available. Most of the grants would not cover secondary roads.
Oh, secondary road paving. Okay, gotcha.
Which, so,
Boulevard.
you're looking at almost $1 million at least, just because of paving costs still in a loan, just for that. Looking at average revenues before the ARPA money started coming in and COVID happened, you guys were making your revenues at 6.7 million a year. Right now, you're seeing on page 4, we're looking at 10 million, 12 million, 13 million. All of that is inflated because of the ARPA funds, the ARPA revenue, and the debt proceeds that you're getting. So it feels in the current term like you're making more money, but it's not going to last. You're gonna end up going back to your previous average between the 6 and 7 million mark. And so that's just, I was looking at, hall taxes gone in the last 5 years. The franchise tax has depleted 70,000 in the last 5 years of what we're getting annually. And it's expected to go down more next year because there's a lawsuit with the state of Tennessee. I don't know if you might be aware of. And I'm going to CPE next week to find out what that's going to mean for cities if the state's eating it or what's going on. But that's just something I just want you to remain aware of. It's so nice. They present such a pretty picture. It's so great to be able to give them everything they want. And I would love to do that, but I think you're going to have to pick and choose every year. I would not suggest taking it from the COLA or the employees because I feel they earn that and you do want to stay at market level with other cities. So I think that that's fine. I think going forward, you need to start juggling your capital projects and not doing so much at one time. Do you have a question? Sir?
I was just going to say, we have a lot of capital projects going at one time, and please, any staff, correct me if I speak out of turn. But that it coincides with that ARPA funds that are coming
Some of
in.
them, yes.
We have that additional ARPA revenue. We're trying to use that as much as possible for non-recurring expenses, capital projects,
Right.
namely.
And I need to update these numbers this was done through the end of March. We have about 1.3 million left in ARPA funds. I just filed the annual report. I think some of them are still intended to be used through the end of this year. So I'm going to update those numbers hopefully before we get into the first reading of the budget. Those are an in and out though. But
That was a question I had. So that's on page 18. The ARPA budget's on page 18. We've got total expenditures, proposed 2025, about.
So that is going to be much lower because there were some funds that we had just spent recently that checks were being written. So we have 1.3 million left. So that column, you're going to see the 24 estimated actual go up,
Okay.
and then the 25 proposed will go down, and then I'll reflect that in the revenue section to match.
Okay. And then do we know is there any remaining balance, or will that complete the ARPA funds at the end of fiscal year 2025?
It depends if the projects
Are executed?
are executed to completion. You have until December of 26 to finish executing.
December
That's
26th.
Can I ask a question? To your point, if I'm recalling correctly, all of the ARPA funds that we allocated were for one-time expenses, projects,
Bonuses.
bonuses. Like there's no recurring anything coming out of ARPA.
I don't believe so. That's the way it looks. It looks like it was specific improvements, equipment, the internet, like all the technology upgrades.
Technology upgrades, right?
Drainage improvements.
So like those funds going away aren't necessarily like a problem because they're not for recurring expenses.
I just
salaries.
wanted to note that those are included in these revenue numbers, so that in the future, that those total revenues are going to go back down when you don't have those large grant funds.
Right.
Beefing them up and making it look great.
So even though ARPA has its own page in our budget, it's not an enterprise fund. Those are reflected in the
It's
general
actually part of
fund.
the general fund.
It is.
So it for accounting purposes, I know that we put it internally in a separate fund, like where the sewer
Mhm.
was, so that we could keep track of it better. But as far as going into the audit report and everything, it does become kind of a department of general.
Well, this is for our reference. It's not
Correct.
separate, truly separate,
It's
like a
not
drug
truly
fund.
separate, correct.
It is reflected
It
on that
is.
first page general fund.
Yeah, and on the, in the first page summary, you'll actually see in the general fund expenditures, there is a line for ARPA there. And it's included also in those revenues.
Oh, yeah, right there.
So I didn't split it out
Okay.
behind.
Okay. There it is. Okay.
So it's part of our general fund.
Bless you.
And you said it, so it counts towards our general fund, even though it's a separate entity. So we're actually, because we're looking at a 2024 estimated, the fiscal year doesn't close until June 30 of this year. So we're actually gonna see the fund balance use for this year go up as a reflection of that
And
change.
it's possible that we won't be under in general because of that.
And the fund balance, the use of fund balance projected for 2025, then will actually go down also.
No, because they're gonna offset each other.
Well,
So
the,
it.
in the
if I re-
individual
if I re-
years.
Yeah, if I reduce the expenses for the 2025, I'm also gonna end up reducing the revenues. They do. they
I see,
match.
I see.
So basically, we got the ARPA funds up front, which is very uncommon for
Mhm.
grants. And we put them in a deferred revenue, so it's actually sitting like a liability. And whenever we make the expense, we get to actually then recognize the revenue so that
You
they're
move them together.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Thank you. Um,
And because we're already going into a loss this year, I know this is a weird thing to ask, to say, but I would almost prefer that you didn't take out the grant or the loan for the cars. I would say go ahead and just take that hit, do your 1 year. I just don't think you should continuously do this every year where you're going under because of these capital projects. But I think that not taking out the loan would be in your best interest. You're not gonna be paying that extra money when you do have the fund balance sitting. This is kind of a need because the cars have been let go, like it's been not something that was made a priority in the past, maybe. And so
You're saying
I think less debt is better in the long run.
So you do recommend purchasing the vehicles, but you recommend using cash rather than debt service?
Correct. And in the meantime, they could be they can order the vehicles, but you don't pay till you get them. You can be looking for grants to supplement that instead of a debt. That's what I would suggest.
Can I ask a question? Chief, is there such a thing as a grant that would help cover the costs of replacement vehicles?
Not that I've seen or run across. They don't exist. I've just never seen or run across any.
Are you aware of
No.
any?
purposes.
Thank you.
I've been aware of grants where you can pay for like the upfitting part, the equipment part of it.
Okay.
So that could be something.
Chief?
Yeah, we participated in like the Tennessee Highway Safety Office, and various grants there that tries to offset some of those costs, right? In years past, there have been grants for like radios, but that was because the radio systems changed technology, and so federal government provided some grant funding to promote, the changeover to help with those costs, but that system is in place. So, there are some like equipment type of funds, and we take advantage of those, when we can, for sure. A lot of that's sometimes for the equipment or radar equipment, and there's of course parameters in what you use that money for.
And I know we can use drug fund, but the revenue is limited in that.
That's restricted, really.
Yes, and mostly the drug fund is, for the most part, has to be law enforcement related, and there's parameters, it can't be reoccurring unless it's directly related to like narcotics type of thing. However, a lot of the funds that are in the fund balance currently Plan is a lot of that may be used for replacing our E9 next year. And it's also, I like having, I don't want to drain it, because one, all the money in there is not ours yet, because it hasn't been awarded to us. And secondly is, well, it's a live animal, so that animal sometimes will have to have vet bills and all, which we haven't, have happened. So, you gotta leave some in there as well too. But, going for that, and yes, we can maybe offset some of the cost, with that drug fund. And, we can only budget for what we really have, right? In our anticipated, we can't really budget, we're not supposed to budget for things that haven't occurred yet. Right, so there could be more revenues that come in this year. You don't know, we don't know. But if they are, then we can do the budget adjustment. Go from there.
Thank you, Chief.
I just think it would be smarter to get out of, taking a loan for 4 or 5 years in a row, not good, I just think it would be smarter to take the hit, not pay the interest in the long run, and get out of that cycle. Let some of our debts have some time to roll off where we're not paying those payments. I know we have one that does roll off after next year and another one rolls off the year after that. So maybe wait and then do, another debt item.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes, I hear exactly what she's saying and her concerns are being expressed. I think something that she may not be aware is happening behind the scene, especially through my department with other departments, is we're working on what the city truly needs is a capital improvements plan. Lay out what are your needs, what does it take to replace those, and then look at that budget, that cycle. Is there funding? Is it going to come from general fund? Is there grant funding? To really be strategic in those implementations on your debt management. That's to come. So I'm understanding and hearing and feeling.
And that's a really good thing. And I'm really glad that they are working on it. But right now, and in my experience, it seems that ask and you shall receive has been the policy. And I'm worried that once we make it through this heightened after COVID period, that those funds are going to dwindle. And I just wanted to make you aware of the trends, basically, that I'm seeing.
Well, I know in the past debt service has been decided on a more or less case-by-case basis based on the balance in the fund and the current interest rate and that kind of thing. And it seems like more or less a game time decision when it comes to large purchases. But I look forward to a much more strategic, a big picture approach in the near future with our capital improvements plan.
I would add that the vis-a-vis debt, the city is in a healthy position. We have a relatively low debt load, but that doesn't mean to say that this is not a great idea to just pay cash for these vehicles as well. So we're not in a bad place. It requires managing, and certainly at the commission level when we take on debt. So
I would say I'm not. Just to clarify, you said something like ask and ye shall receive policy, and I'm not really sure I understand what you mean by that. So if you
what
could
I mean by that is
just clarify.
that everyone has their wish list of items they want for their department, and no one's being told, no, you can't have those items.
I believe that if you actually looked at our history in our city, that the policy has been, you don't get anything you want, and the things you need reduce your budget. That has been the policy in this city for decades. And so I think, if you talked to the employees who've been here for some time, that would come out of that conversation.
I've talked to several employees,
Yeah.
so I think maybe there's another side to things that maybe the commission's not seeing.
About the budgets that our department heads are presenting to us.
No, just the way John did things, and you get amendments in the middle of the year, and
Okay.
things just kind of get swept around to where maybe it's not as transparent as
With the budget amendments.
with just the whole budget outlook and what you're actually spending.
Okay.
Well, we're looking forward to this year's budget with everything being presented clearly up front. We always value transparency at every turn.
Moving on to the second concern. Stormwater, and we've talked at length about this, and we've tried to get it down as much as we can, and I just wanted to point out so that you were aware, the stormwater fund is proprietary, so it operates as for profit. It can't have a loss 2 years in a row. So if we're budgeting a loss for this upcoming year, it actually ends up being, then you better hope no emergency or anything happens that throws us into loss the next year, because then the state's gonna have it. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And I think what's throwing it is how we reallocated to salaries. And so maybe we need to look back at maybe putting some of those back to the Public Works Department instead, because it's only showing 40,000 right now. So I think if you moved that half of the new tech or whatever back to the general fund under Public Works instead of stormwater, then maybe we wouldn't be as at risk for having a loss.
Or you're not saying that it's like currently budgeted for a loss, but
No, we're budgeting it for a loss. It's
I-
on page 23.
At the last budget workshop, I thought that there was an adjustment, that there's actually only 4.75 employees budgeted to this account, but I'm still seeing 5.25 at the top.
Yeah, that's an error. It is 4.75.
It is, okay, so the salary numbers in there are correct though.
Okay,
That's just an error. at the
so
top.
just the staffing number
Just the staffing
itself,
number.
but everything else is accurate.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure those are reflected.
Mayor, how about if we take as a homework assignment to provide a stormwater specific look through a sustainability lens? It is our intent to have it sustainable. The only thing I would say to the comment about budgeting for a loss 2 years in a row, there's no way to spend fund balance without at least 1 year of budgeted
Right,
loss.
it would just continually grow or
Right,
hold
so-
steady indefinitely.
So the idea that we're budgeting for fund balance is, I mean, at some point you have to do that, but we can give a more comprehensive answer vis-a-vis the revenues in and the structural look at that. That's sort of the comptroller's term for what have you baked in year over year versus one-time costs. So we'll take a look at that and give you a complete report.
I see our, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was gonna say I have kind of a related question in this regard. Like, where does so Barge is out there inventorying and keeping track of where these high dollar projects are gonna need to be fixed at some point. Where does that fit in here? I mean, do we have like a rolling dollar amount that's kind of ticking up with their inventory, or is that?
So one of the things we were gonna do about 6 weeks ago was give you an update for Barge, and the stars weren't in alignment. We couldn't really give you that update of where they are at the moment. I don't know strategically what the magnitude of bill that in fact, nobody does, because they're really only halfway through the stormwater asset management plan inventory. So we'll come back to you with a more informed report from what they're seeing. I don't think an answer is available at the moment, but that would be potentially financed by the stormwater fee.
Yeah, and I would like to add that, yes, you can spend a bunch in 1 year, take it to a loss, and then hope for the good, to be in the good the next year. That is definitely doable. It's allowed to be able to spend your fund balance down. I would also say that it's probably recommended to leave your fund balance for emergencies. Typically, unassigned fund balance is supposed to be there to catch the unexpected things.
Does the state have guidelines for fund balance of stormwater fund like it does for general fund? Because I know in general fund, it's the guidelines 3 to 6 months of operating expenditures. Is there a similar guideline for stormwater? Okay, if we could get what that guideline would be for stormwater fund balance, because I see right now, our revenues are projected for $509,000, and our beginning fund balance is $450,000. So even if we were spending to a zero balance, we have got almost 12 months hypothetically of fund balance there. So maybe maybe it has a different recommendation than general fund, but I'd just like to know that if we could get that information. All right, Anything else you'd like to add, Ms. Whitcaster?
Just the third and last thing I wanted to touch upon was State Street Aid, which is on page 3. It's too close for comfort for me on spending your fund balance down. It's, your fund balance in State Street Aid is not allowed to go negative. And just from the standpoint of knowing that there's upcoming paving projects and stuff like 2 years away, typically what cities will do is they will let this State Street Aid fund accumulate for 2 to 3 years and then boom, paving project, and you're paying for it with your funds. They typically don't have, let's do this and this year and this year and this year, because you're not getting enough money in to cover it. And it's supposed to be able to sustain itself. So I would like to recommend, I don't know the conditions, but it sounds like the guardrails are a very much needed thing. And I would say, let's do the guardrails this year, but adding all the resurfacing, like the striping and all of that stuff, seems like a lot when you know you're gonna be paving it a year later. And it's gonna be a huge hit, like why are we spending a year's worth of our revenues on striping this year when the next year we're gonna be, doing a big project? It just seems like maybe pick and choose a little bit more on that, because if your fund balance goes negative, and then you're gonna be in a situation, I'm sure you're aware of Audit Signal Mountain, and they had this situation happen to them last year, so I just trying to spread the word to make sure it doesn't happen to other people.
We appreciate that.
So,
Mr. Graham, what line item is the guardrails in this case? Do you have? Sorry,
Certate.
Certate,
it's in
thank
the
you.
200.
It's in 200.
Contractual service.
I think we said 170,000 in that.
That's right. Yeah.
So I can speak a little bit to that. One of the things about State Street Aid is there's no personnel cost out of it, so it takes a little bit of pressure off. The budget line 931 resurfacing secondary streets. Greg and I had a conversation about really using that as our safety relief valve, because that's entirely at his discretion when he undertakes that expense. So we without the conversation with Jennifer, we had a conversation about what level of fund balance were we comfortable with. And we settled on what we proposed to you, but it doesn't make Jennifer comfortable. But the working agreement that Greg and I had to get us all comfortable was that he wouldn't throw the switch on the $300,000 until we had clarity on the exposure from the ongoing signalization project, and it's wrapping up. So once we knew what the final bill from TDOT is for that, because that's gonna land on this, and any other TDOT funds, because, we paid 20%, we budget 20%, but at the end of the day, we paid the balance owing. They only pay their initially 80%, so our 20% grows typically. But that was our strategy, it was our way of managing that risk to the fund balance, but I'm not at all arguing with Jennifer's concerns as well. I just wanted to share with you what Greg and I were thinking about on the same topic. And our approach was a little different. Our approach was to budget for the money, allow Greg to have permission from the commission to do that work, but only do it when the coast was clear in terms of our risk for surprises. So basically, we would execute that late in the fiscal year.
If at
How do you,
all.
Greg? If at all. Okay. But basically, Greg and I we're looking at the same concern that Jennifer was, and her approach is to guarantee a larger fund balance, and ours was to slow down the execution to make sure we beat the total home plate.
Similar question to the last fund. Is there a recommended fund balance to maintain in State Street Aid? Or is it just, as you say, most cities tend to build it up for 2 years?
I can just speak to what most cities do and what works, what I've seen work. I've been auditing for 12 years, government, so I just didn't feel comfortable. You hired me for a reason, I feel like I had the expertise and I needed to share my opinion. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to step on anyone's toes or sound
You're
super
doing your job,
harsh
ma'am.
or like
Reality.
anything bad. I just wanted to give you a little dose of reality that there's more to it than just, you know, oh my God, I love this dog park. We got to invest in it. The city's going to love it. It's, you know, there's a lot more, and you just have to look at the overall big picture sometimes with the trends of what's coming in and out and where the state laws are going and what we can expect in the future. And unfortunately, municipalities are getting less and less funding from the state. It's, you know, sad.
It's just,
And I
systematic.
already know you, I mean, you're the 5th highest in the county now on property taxes, and I just know that that would cause probably a lot of tension with citizens if you had to up it, being that, you know, I mean, you got Signal Mountain and Lookout Mountain and Chattanooga, but obviously they're very wealthy residents in cities, and so we're not in the same category, and we shouldn't be raising our citizens to that level. So, yeah.
we owe TDOT how much? Unknown or ballpark figure?
Well, we have a ballpark. We don't really know until the costs for the project are tallied, but Greg, do you want to speak to that a little bit?
It's really hard to determine right now. If you remember, you know, several months ago, I did back-to-back amendments for a couple of projects where we got updated costs for construction and so forth. And so that, you know, you would think that that would account for any additional expenses to cover those budgets. But you know, it's hard to say. The signalization project is probably going to be completed in 2 to 3 weeks, done, and we'll have a final bill to pay. Right now, I'm going to say the bill is favorable because of some changes that we made. You know, I know of at least 60,000 that's been cut off from the final expenses. But, you know, there's a window there that TDOT gives contractors, you know, time to get their last final bills in, you know, kind of a last call. And so I don't know what's expected to come in. You've got NAPCO and Professional Concrete, some that may come up with some last minute bills. So it's hard to say, but I would say overall, we've probably got about $700,000-800,000 allocated for the projects we've got ongoing now
For our match.
for our match, right?
That we pay out, that we owe.
Right, and that signalization, low water bridge, ADA upgrades, the CMAQ grant, those all included.
But it's,
Those projects aren't in execution yet, though.
No, sir, no.
So we'll budget for those, the city's piece of that in the fiscal year that it's due.
Right, some of those be 1 to 3 years out.
and city manager mentioned that it sounded like it was pretty soon that we would owe TDOT on
Well-
this project.
We won't owe TDOT, we'll owe the final bills to TDOT has reimbursed us for the signalization
Okay.
project, everything that they're going to reimburse us. So what's gonna happen is NAPCO Electric, who's the contractor on the job, they'll come in and they'll say, okay, this is the final bill. You know, we'll have to pay that bill before TDOT will close the project.
Okay, before they close.
And we've been paying as we go. I couldn't give you an exact amount because we pay in increments when they bill us. And we're good and timely about paying those bills
Sure.
when they come in. So
Sure.
I don't know what those final bills are.
Is that on State Street Aid?
Sure that we estimated that for our actual for this year then, because I have no idea what those are gonna be.
Yeah.
So that might reduce our fund balance even more. Think about that when we're looking at this year too.
Because I was wondering where that
We'll pay that before.
was in this.
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly. Well, the work's been done, so it would.
Right.
be.
Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do a final walkthrough in a couple of weeks and then we'll have a 30-day window for end of completion. Yeah, sure.
But is that in here in State Street Aid or Public Works or?
It's not reflected.
It's in state today.
Right, but it's not in these.
It's not in these totals. It will be in the state data, but it's not reflected in these totals since we don't know how much it's gonna be.
Okay.
Because it can't be until We know the dollar amount.
Yeah, any of those
Can't
projects,
even
you know,
begin to estimate that, so.
you know, before TDOT would let us move on with the, restriping, or the resurfacing right out of the gap. They come back and TDOT went and moved into the construction phase. They said your consultant under budgeted or underfigured the cost of construction. So I had to come back to the commission, ask for, I think it's $159,000 additional, about a year ago. And, you know, the commission approved the additional expense to move the project forward. But that money is not part of what you're looking at right here. But it was State Street.
Is there any way you could detach 931, the resurfacing of secondary roads, and take that out of the budget? $300,000?
We'll have to look at that because we do still have some requirements.
Okay.
Yeah, we can take a look at it. Like the city manager said, we'll sit down and
Sure.
we'll go through this and see what our obligations are. And of course, Jennifer will have to help me with, you know, she's got, I'm assuming, access to John's notes and records and things like that. John kept spreadsheets on all these projects, what was paid.
Sure.
And so I'll have to get her to help me go through that, give me some figures about what we've actually paid out. And, you know, most certainly the bill's gonna be higher than it was in 2009.
Commissioner Wilkinson?
Yeah, just kind of wanted to share a thought. So Mrs. Wickhouse, I really appreciate the kind of reality check. You know, it's sometimes it's uncomfortable to hear, but
I don't like being the person that has to do this.
no, but we appreciate hearing it. So
I just felt really strongly. I've been losing sleep over it.
yeah, thank you. So you just kind of like a counterpoint too is, you know, I think there's a sense up here on the commission that we're trying to make up for lost time of, you know, there's been, you know, generational underinvestment in our city, and you know, there's a political will here to make it happen. And you're right, though. I mean, there's only so much that we can do with the resources that we have. So
In each given year.
yeah, that's why I like the capital improvement plan is so important.
I know,
And
and once you get that
you
done,
know,
we'll make decisions so much easier.
so I just kind of wanted to sort of, you know, air that thought and see if there's any more discussion around it. But
You make a very good point, Commissioner Wilkinson, which is part of the problem that we're facing is that a lot of these projects and improvements needed to have been happening over the
And
years.
it's for every department that needs it.
Right.
So it's, I know it's so hard to pick and choose who gets to move forward first.
And I'm glad that you also advise that, you know, even if cuts need to be made, that they not be made at the expense of employees of their COLA, because that's how it was done for many, many years. Necessary tax increases were avoided on the backs of employees, as a wiser person has put it. And that's not how we want to do business here
They work
anymore.
hard, and I do genuinely like all of you. They're good at their jobs.
Yes, they're very good at their jobs. They keep our city running, and they deserve to be able to provide for their families and not have to work a second job. Especially, you know, our labor ones on the ground. You dig a ditch all day. You want to go home to your family at the end and rest, not go work your second job to try to keep your family fed. So I'm proud of what we've done there, and I definitely want to continue that. But the problem is, you know, we can't, you know, if tax increases should have been happening incrementally over the years to do these stormwater projects, these repaving projects that should have been done continually over the last generation, you know, we can't recoup the money that was never made over all of that time. And so we are in a delicate balance of trying to accelerate this process as much as we can so that our generation pays the bill and not our children. And that's the balance that we're trying to strike. And I appreciate you, you know, pointing out the precariousness of that line that we're trying to keep this city healthy, solvent, going as long as we possibly can, while also, you know, making sure that our facilities are not crumbling, our employees are taken care of. And that's an incredibly difficult balance to strike while not overburdening our population with tax increases as well. So your input is greatly appreciated. Any more questions for Ms. Waycaster? Anything else you'd like to add?
Just round out summary, please look at State Street Aid and stormwater. I think your general fund can take the hit this year, maybe even next year, but then slow down.
Absolutely.
I hope you sleep well tonight.
Hey,
I think I will.
well noted. Thank you, Ms. Waycaster.
And I will say, I do appreciate the information about the legal requirements for those funds, because I have never heard that information before. So
Oh,
that was brand new to me.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Nobody like an auditor to bring the nitty gritty to the table.
I can't take it out.
All right, so we've got quite a bit of more information to chew on. Do we want to hear from, I think the only department at this point we have not heard from is the Office of Community Development. Do we have an appetite for that? Yes. Do we have any, do we have any specific questions, anyone, for the potential Director of Community Development / current Deputy Director of Public Works?
I know you have, I would just ask, maybe you don't have maybe even a concept of what the percentage might look like, but like Pete was talking about with those numbers, that's something you'll have to come back to us on.
Yeah,
Okay.
We'll easily put that together.
Okay.
A bucket list of and new froms, those types of
Okay.
Okay.
things of what happened.
Thank you.
But in a nutshell, I'm not gonna get into too much more detail. I think we've really hashed a lot of personnel related issues today.
Yes.
The only thing in the proposed community development budget, under personnel that I do want to point out, there is an item, 114, talks about part-time. That is incorporating an existing, commercial building inspector coming from Public Works under community development for code enforcement. So that's already in the budget. Again, it's one of those, it's just being
Carryover.
correct, being carried over. So I wanted to point that out. Looking at operations, I think a lot of the items are pretty much self-explanatory. There are two that I want to point out, just to briefly give you a little bit more of where things are coming from and what that total number is looking like. I think contracted services is pretty critical to have an understanding of. The budget shows 165,000. Of that total number, what's being proposed as new contracted services anticipated is 45,000. The other items include coming from the courts, coming from legislative, coming from public works. We're looking at our administrative hearing officer falls under this. Our SETI, our cargo, I think it's how you pronounce that word, is $2,500. That's again ongoing, has been under legislative before. GIS, iWorks, RPA. This is a opportunity for us to similar to our on-call traffic engineering services. This would be some assisted planning services, advisory, and it also connects us back to the RPA. We've been a little bit disconnected, and I think a proven point to that fact was when the school board was gathering some numbers on potential development for what was happening. Their go-to is RPA. They did not recognize, or it slipped through the cracks, that our data was actually housed through CENT-D. So as we've transitioned the last year from prior to having on board staff CENT-D services, we've transitioned this year, so we're transitioning away from that. In this item, you'll also see that's where GIS services comes in as well. We will incorporate some of our own internal GIS mapping capabilities that we no longer have to contract someone else to do. We still partner with Hamilton County to make sure that those shape files are accurate and legal documents are sent to them for that public record. But internally, we have the capabilities of doing our own, and that's where Michael comes in. He is what I would say a whiz at those types of applications. So it's very refreshing to have him in-house for the city as a whole. Continuing down the list, Terracon, that is our professional services that helps us with sanitary sewer issues. Again, we're not all experts in that, so we do consult with someone who has that background, can help guide us in projects that we may need to explore ongoing or in the future.
Which line is that?
Terracon. It's under contracted services. I'm just identifying what's underneath that 165.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be happy to give you this when I'm done. It tells you what it is. TSW, that's a big chunk. That's following and completing our comprehensive plan and small area study initiatives that'll roll through this next calendar year. Two new items that is proposed in this budget will be for achieving our commission goals. One is for multimodal transportation services, depending on what comes up. Whenever we have some of these studies done, if we recognize we have a safety feature that we have an opportunity to fix, that's where we would plug into some of those resources as a contracted service. Same thing is looking at Stringer's Branch, taking advantage of commission goals for 2 years in a row to recognize it's an asset to the city. Right now, it has been a shadow for what it could be. And I know we are partnering with Hamilton County to do some stream restoration in the middle of town. So that, I think, is going to springboard some of those initiatives as to how productive you can be when you take a look at environmental features and recognize them as an asset rather than cover them up and run them underground as a liability. So those, again, that's a $45,000 new request under contracted services. And I think one other item on operating under item 256 is economic development initiatives. This is the current relationship that we have with the Small Cities Coalition. So that's just pulling it into community development to give it more of a focus for all things cohesive and planning that we're working on.
And that went up a small amount for COLA too, I
I
think.
believe it did, yes.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Johnson?
The economic development initiatives, is that for recruiting businesses into town?
No,
No.
that's our partnership with the Small Cities Coalition. They help us with legislative issues that come out of.
That's
Nashville.
Bridget.
Yes, that's.
Okay,
Bridget, yeah.
okay. Thank you.
Without saying that's Bridget, that's Bridget.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
I should have lived there, sorry.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Johnson? Oh, Ms. Boycaster?
I forgot to say the most important part, the good news, that we're gonna have another extra 100,000 added to the revenue because of the Hawthorne building permits for the building.
Oh.
Yes, we are at that cusp of plans review. The stars are starting to align. So I anticipate that commercial building permit will be pulled probably early January, maybe late August. Yes. So that was something she was not aware of. So that will be added back to the revenues.
That's the same lot.
Correct.
The
Early-
Rice Partners.
Early July, late August?
Hawthorne at White Oak is the name of that development.
Oh, yeah, you said early January. I think
Early-
you meant
early
early
July.
July.
It's 8:30.
It is late.
It's late. Yeah.
Yes.
July.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Johnson? Okay,
Thank you. I know that was rough, but and I want to thank my colleagues for doing a very heavy lift for my excused absence at the last meeting to present.
We missed you.
Well, but they did a great job walking through the PowerPoint
Yeah.
and received blindly.
It was a,
Yes.
yeah, good team effort
absolutely.
between city manager and public works director.
Teamwork.
And you'll be working on getting us those numbers,
Yes.
the percentages increases.
From,
Carried
the-
over
the
from-
carryover
Yes.
expenses, yeah,
Yes.
and what's new. All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you.
Our assignment for today was to provide the city manager with sufficient information to bring us a budget estimate at the next meeting on our regular meeting on May 7th. Have we done that?
No.
I didn't think so.
No.
Mr. Granum, do you have specific questions for us? I know a few things we talked about were maybe moving the police vehicles to crash. What were any other specific changes that were discussed?
Well, Jennifer talked about taking portion of salary out of stormwater potentially,
Back to
and
general
adding
fund.
that back to general fund.
Well, I definitely would like to know any guidelines that we have on recommendations for fund balance for stormwater and state street aid.
Like minimum requirements.
Yes, because if fund balance requirements for stormwater is similar to general fund, 3 to 6 months, we've still got well over that after use of fund balance. I'm still comfortable keeping that personally, I'm comfortable keeping that position there for this year. But if it is, 100%, a year operating expenses or more, then I would also be fine moving it to general fund. But I'd like to base it based on any guidelines that we have.
I'm not sure that there's specific guidelines, just as the comptroller's office is a little bit on the, what does your fund balance look like? I think it's a matter of just being responsible and looking at it through the lens of, we know that we're gonna have some capital improvement projects in the future, and that's where that comes from, so you let that build. As you know, we increased the fee last year to help offset some expenses because we were already recognized some negative impact, so it does take time. We're on the path to do that. I wish we were 10 years into it, it would be great, but we're not, so.
Well, I wish we had started 10 years ago, I think is the way I'd like to put that.
But yes, we will get you as much information as we can, and what either recommendations are or what other jurisdictions may be doing.
Okay.
Can I ask, this is maybe something we've talked about before, but is there like a timeline for when we might be able to start, you developing a capital improvement plan? Like what is that gonna look
Sure.
like?
So something that we've actually been doing, all the department heads, and city as a whole, is already started building what we call a spreadsheet inventory. We've gathered all the desires and had them take a look at, what does it look like? Is it this year? Is it 5 years? Is it on a 5-year horizon? Do you see potential grant funding or is it fund balance? Those types of scenarios. So have we baked it into a robust document? No, we have not. We've been busy with other things. But we have definitely started. We've engaged a professional services with a financial advisor
Right.
to also help us through that process as
Right.
well. So there's plenty of templates out there that work for other jurisdictions. We just need to find the one that works for us. So that we are very transparent in not only deferred maintenance issues, but ongoing and growing desires and needs. Remember my scale on my picture,
Right, dollars and dreams.
the dollars and the dreams. So that's our job, is to make sure that there's a balance. We may need something, but it may not be achievable for 5 years out just because of the debt service that goes with it. Right. But yes, we anticipate over the next 12 months, if not sooner, building out an actual CIP that
Okay.
my recommendation would be baked into the budget process, and it's actually adopted as a additional document to your budget every year.
Okay.
I would add to that, from a bandwidth standpoint, Leslie's team is really busy with the park and the comprehensive plan, the small area study, so there's a bandwidth limiting factor. And additionally, the product of those plans is gonna inform the capital improvement plan. So I think probably we're best served to anticipate that after the workload is diminished from the ongoing planning. And I'm thinking
December,
fall,
January.
winter.
I'm thinking winter would be, it's gonna be a heavy focus on, we will have a lot more information. We will have the data. We've been talking about getting data. We're gonna have some data, then how do we put that into a digestible document? So that you, as, the voting body makes the decisions on what projects do we take on and how are we going to do that?
So I might set a goal of having this CIP finished, say, a month before the commission's next retreat. That would be late January, where
Or at least a draft.
we have, from a staff level, all absorbed it. So it's not just fresh off the press from Leslie, it's been vetted by the executive leadership team and is ready for you a month before the next retreat, so that you would have that long-term lens to the, really what sets the stage for the next budget process.
Okay.
Is that doable?
That's-
Kristen?
I'm really, yes, and I'm really kind of looking into the crystal ball. I really envision possibly a commission goal that is committed to a CIP.
Okay.
Plan development, implementation, whatever we label it, but I think that will be poised and ready for a true focus of, we've done all of this, now what do we do? And that's what you bake into a CIP.
Okay.
What CIP stand for?
Capital improvements plan.
Thank you.
Most cities in Tennessee actually have a separate budget for capital improvement. You don't have to have one, and Red Bank never has. But a best practice probably for a city our size going forward is to have a separate capital budget. And it's backed up by a capital improvement plan because they're all inherently multi-year.
And I can't wait for it. with bated breath. All right, we talked a little bit about the library pilot program, maybe with a matching, potential. Let's see, what else? What direction do you need from us, city manager, so that you will be prepared for this budget?
Well, like Jennifer, I too have lost sleep over this. And I think many of my colleagues here on the city team have. We are sort of at a pinch point, just characterizing this budget in the long-term things. We are still in a planning phase for the city of tomorrow. Hence the focus on community development department and all of the envisioning and engagement and development of concepts that implies, not only for the public sector, for our municipal purposes, but really for the private sector. What is Dayton Boulevard going to look like, and what kinds of developments make sense in the coming out of the comprehensive plan? And where is the sewerage going to be? Can we develop at higher density? Is there going to be auxiliary dwelling units allowed? All these macro questions that will really reshape the density and the look and feel of Red Bank over the next generation. And getting up and running with a department that's focused on that, I think is a crucial down payment. But we don't have the property tax revenues right now to support it. The units aren't built. We're on the leading edge of what Rise Partners will bring to Red Bank with their permit fee, but certainly that's not tax revenues yet. So it is a fair question. What then the balance, I think, that Commissioner Wilkinson and the mayor gave voice to, there is desire and a need for additional investment, and there's X amount of dollars to do it in the short term. This budget, I felt, was doable in the short term, but it presented, some difficulty with the use of fund balance, and not everybody's comfortable with that. Right now, as we've discussed, and I didn't really hear much desire to not do anything that we're talking about. We heard a dose of reality from our financial advisor, but it really didn't. On one hand, it actually made the deficit worse by not taking a loan and actually paying for those vehicles up front. So it's a long-winded answer to say I proposed a budget that was forecasted at about $750,000 use of fund balance on the general fund side, and it drew down fund balance in those other specialized funds. We'll take a look at those other ones, but really the discussion principally is on the general fund, which is sources directly back to property taxes. Is the use of fund balance at about $750,000, does it foreshadow a tax increase? Not necessarily. Can I say that there will never be a tax increase? I don't know. It's really a function of the commission's desire to continue to do it at that pace. Another year's worth of execution at this pace is affordable with the fund balance we have and the tax revenues we have. Is it sustainable for forever? No. Will it be needed for forever? I don't think so. I guess I would ask, do you want us to trim the fund balance down? A lot or a little kind of guidance or are we okay with the use of fund balance that this envisions?
Can I ask, cause I know this was something I asked for last year when we were in budget talks, and and I brought it up at our last meeting that we voted on the budget on. But do you know what the number is in that projected use of fund balance that's one-time expenditures versus recurring costs of
It's pretty much.
salaries or whatever?
Mostly gonna be your capital items. Some of the operational stuff maybe, but a lot of it is ongoing contracts that we'll have year to year, supplies that we're always gonna need year to year, salary, all that stuff's obviously ongoing, but it's mostly the capital items that you buy.
Do we have a number of that, like 750,000? Like what of that is, hey, we're using it for this project and we know that's gonna be $50,000. I mean, I'm just, just trying to figure out like, we're talking about sustainability and, next year we're going to be looking at use of fund balance, but is it potentially going to be less if we get some of this stuff done this year? And then we know we're going to have a CIP coming and we may not need to do certain things next year because we'll be looking at the 5, 10, whatever year horizon.
Well, Ms. Waycaster said that the ARPA funds revenue and expenditures are appearing in our general fund. And-
That stuff,
Right.
that one stuff is.
But then when we go to our ARPA fund page, which, what page was it again?
18.
18. I should like bookmark it. Then we're seeing, a proposed total expenditures of 2.5 million. Of which will be less because you said you're adjusting some of it to the current year.
And the revenues actually with the general fund revenues, because that's where.
Right. But all of those, that 2.5 million expenditure are one-time expenses. They're going to be offset by the revenues, but we know those expenses are one time because that's the only thing we budgeted those ARPA funds for. So we know at least that much is one-time capital investments.
Right.
That
Okay.
will not be recurring. So that definitely makes me feel more comfortable with the deficit, with the use of fund balance, knowing that those, that's a huge amount of dollars of one-time capital investments right there. Just ARPA alone, not counting any of the other capital investments we've talked about tonight.
I mean, I guess one of the big questions is paying cash for police cars or taking out a loan for police cars or paying cash for 3 police cars. Like, I mean, that sounds like one of the things, like Jennifer said, that, is a consideration, I think, and I don't know that
So the
it's
6
hard for
police
me to think about
cars.
making a decision on that, like right now.
Personally, as a household budget, I'd much rather pay my cash than to have that loan hanging over my head. And then as soon as I can pay a loan off, that's golden.
Plus interest rates are not great right now.
No, and it's over more money that you need to pay because of interest in that long run in a loan.
So
If
you,
I bite the bullet, pay cash.
so Commissioner Fairbanks, Harvey, you'd support buying all 6 for cash as opposed to financing?
Yes. Let me think about it, but my first inclination is yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it would increase our deficit, but it would be, again, a one-time, it wouldn't show up in next year's
And then, as
budget
he said, then you want to buy them next year, so.
when they'll be more expensive inevitably next year.
Can I ask you a question? I know we've talked about this, Chief, but do you have any idea what the timeline would be? We started with you. We're going to end the night with you.
The star of the show.
Maybe
I'll
we'll
try
do
not
the
to
next
drag it out.
budget.
What, any idea of the timeline? Like if you call, we pass this budget July 1, you're calling saying, I need 6 police vehicles ordered today. Are you going to get all 6 of them at once where you would have to pay all of that, pay for it all at once? Is it something where it would take time for them? Like they might get you 2 and then another 6 months later, they might get you 2 more, or like, what
Good question.
might that timeline look like?
So, the old timeline was probably 12 to 18 months. So when I talked to, So currently, it is about 3 to 6 months.
Okay.
Now that sometimes people order things and they become available. So could it then be, well, hey, you had some of these ordered, you need to go ahead and get these, or what? Maybe we have 2 on the lot.
Mm-hmm.
So theoretically, it could be quicker, but what they said is about 3 to 6 months, probably at the longest. That's crystal ball looking at, no problems or anything.
And then that's just the vehicle. Then you pay for the upfitting.
Yes.
If there were like Jennifer was talking about, and you then tagged on to that we already access those THSO grants to help offset some of those costs. Is that something that's like, is there only one time a year that they offer a grant to help maybe offset some of those costs? Is that coming up in the later part of the year? Would we even be able to count on that to outfit these vehicles if we ordered them all now?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Like the THSO grant, I know that's, will I get more vaguer than that, right? There's a lot bundled in that question.
Uh-huh.
Using as an example, like the THSO grant, it is renewed, annually.
Uh-huh.
And it sometimes depends on the type of grant that we apply for. That limits what equipment we may or may not be able to order. I do know we're in the process of writing our grant proposal and all to submit and to obviously ask permission to apply for that again. But with that, with the type of grant that we're applying for, what we would get to offset, like maybe our radar units for them, aren't covered under that particular section.
Okay.
Like this current year, our grant paid for 2 new in-car camera systems, right? So we use that grant funding to help offset about $20,000 or $25,000 worth of equipment on that. So that's the only grant that I know of right away that would help pay for some of that. That doesn't mean that something doesn't pop up.
Okay. So to be on the safe side, we would probably say that we're just gonna have to pay for all of that, right?
Right.
Okay.
Plan for the worst, hope for the best. And that 373,500 machinery and equipment, that's the 6 vehicles and the upfitting.
6 vehicles, upfitting, all the equipment, install, labor costs for doing that, which is part of the upfitting, all that comes with that, right? So some of those vehicles will take, as we get rid of some of these vehicles, we'll like the radar, the radios that are, $4,000 or $5,000 a piece for a car. We would repurpose those, take those out, put them in 3 or 4 of these. So we don't have to get 2 to 3 of them.
Okay. Any other questions for Chief Seymour?
And if Grant, obviously like anything, if something pops up in grants, then that's just money we don't have to, not spend. So we're always keeping our eyes open for grants like that for sure. So, because we know it helps.
All right.
And in the past, we have bought many things, even our original camera systems that we just replaced. A lot of that was bought through some other grant fundings, just like our new ones that we've gotten for back through grant funding. So we look for opportunities like that. Sure.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
My donuts are waiting.
And coffee.
So I think the city manager's big question for us is, are we comfortable with this use of fund balance for this year? Knowing that a lot of those expenses are one-time capital investments. For my own part, I'm comfortable with that, knowing this isn't gonna be a year after year occurrence, knowing that we're gonna have the capital improvements plan on the horizon. But this isn't a voting meeting, but just to give our city manager enough direction to prepare our estimated budget. How is everyone else feeling about this?
It's an interesting quandary in that you have to use the cash and fund balance. However, the financial give is probably more prudent to do it this way.
Yeah.
Than to pay out extra interest on the backs of our residents.
Commissioners?
And the only thing about using cash is once you spend it, it's gone.
Well, I'm asking more general questions about
Yeah.
the use of fund balance in the general fund for the overall budget.
That's what I'm saying. If you buy that cars, buy the cash. Once you spend the cash, it's gone.
Right.
You can't use it for something else. So just keep that in mind. I'll leave it up to
As opposed to taking out a loan.
you.
is what
Right.
you're saying.
Now there are the benefits of saving money on the loan and all of that such, but some debt is well financed. you know, and if it's gonna strap us to where that we don't have a fund balance to continue on for our 3 to 5 months or whatever the state or guidelines are, then no, I'll have a problem with that. If we can get it within that and we're still healthy on our fund balance, because like you say, once cash is gone, it's gone. I learned that the hard way.
Yep.
It takes a long time to build it back up. So there's that, but,
Commissioner Wilkinson, anything you'd like to add?
Yeah, Pete made a good point, but I think, the current plan to use the, general fund is fine.
Okay,
I'm good with that.
Vice Mayor? I'm not hearing anybody, suggest any particular,
Comfortable with it.
cuts. Yeah, and I think we're all going into this eyes wide open. Thank you, Ms. Waycaster. And looking forward to the future. Mr. Branham, do you have what you need?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners.
In that case, I'm sorry, I have to follow the agenda. All right, we have developed a proposed budget. Now is the time for citizens' comments for items on this agenda. Mr. Branham?
I left my script at my desk and I will go from memory. This is time for citizen comments.
30
Please
seconds.
come to the podium and state your name and address. Thank you, Mayor.
And limit your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Thank you.
Is it 30 seconds or less?
David Skendron, 4810 Stag Road. So this is my fourth workshop meeting, 4 hours on the final one. I'm stoked on it. I just really look forward to the day when we're maybe talking about buying our police officers 6 bicycles instead of $62,000 vehicles. A lot of the public works discussion was about striping, asphalt, repaving, sweeping streets. That's all car-oriented infrastructure that doesn't pay for itself. A lot of our stormwater infrastructure mainly handles runoff from roads and impervious surfaces, so that has to be more robust the more pavement we have. So I would just like I think this commission gets it, but in the future and residents, for us to think about the costs and what we're giving up by paving so much of our city and trying to maintain that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gedron. Any other comments for items on today's agenda? All right. If there are no more comments, do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I'll move.
I have a motion from Commissioner Phillips. Do I hear a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Wilkinson. All in favor? Aye.
Let's go.
Meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
I was like, yeah, you don't want to shake my hand. I'm like sweaty and cold. I'm clammy.
Great job.
I got cold, and then I got warm, and then I got cold again.